popular culture and media. Your business presence today has truly elevated the academic spirit of this gathering, and we feel deeply honored to host such eminent scholars and dignitaries. So now, we shall begin this auspicious occasion with the ceremonial lighting of the sacred lamp, accompanied by Malyantan, an invocation before Goddess Mahanikeswari, the revered presiding deity of Thank you, everyone. Now, respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. I invite first Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mahanikeswari University, Dr. Nivedita Nath. I invite our chief guest, Professor Arjun Kumar Sahu. Our guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi. Major Dr. Jaidev Sahu and co-convener and my colleague Sri Sanjeev Kumar Sahu. I request our student volunteers to present the badges to our esteemed dignitaries as a mark of honor and respect. Please present the badge. Thank you, dear students. Now, we should all stand up for the Montessori University anthem to be played to start the song. Request the students to start the anthem.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you everyone. Please be seated. Now we proceed towards the felicitation ceremony. Felicitation is a gesture of profound respect, gratitude, and recognition. It is a privilege for us to honor distinguished academicians and dignitaries whose scholarly contributions continue to inspire us. So, first, may I respectfully request the Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Nivedita Nath to kindly felicitate our Chief Guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sahu, Head, Center for the Study of Indian Diaspora, University of Hyderabad. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam again to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi, Syndicate Member, Ma Manikeswari University, who is also a former professor in English. May I request our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sahu, to kindly felicitate the Honorable Vice Chancellor now. May I request again our Vice Chancellor Madam to kindly felicitate all our plenary speakers, starting with Dr. Sajia Khan. May I request to also come of the dais, Madam. I request our guest of honor also to join the felicitation ceremony. We begin with felicitating our invited speaker, Dr. Sajia Khan, Assistant Professor of English, Malla Reddy University, Hyderabad. Our next plenary speaker, Dr. Lahari Behera, Assistant Professor, English, Government College, Koraput, Odisha. I request our guest of honor and our convener, sir, our co-convener, to join the felicitation ceremony. Next, I would like to request our dignitaries to felicitate Our plenary speaker, Dr. Asim Mondal, Associate Professor in English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Autonomous, Narendrapur, Kolkata. Dr. Asim Mondal, Associate Professor in English, Kolkata. And last but not the least, we'd like to felicitate our distinguished speaker, Dr. Debabrata Das, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. Now we proceed with felicitating the convener of this seminar, my head of the department, my teacher, Major Dr. Jaidev Sahu, who is also the Deputy Registrar of Ma Manikeswari University. The convener of this seminar, we are going to felicitate him. Yes. So I request Honorable VC Madam and syndicate member to join the felicitation ceremony. Now we proceed with felicitating the co-convener of this seminar, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department of English. And also, another co-convener of this seminar, Sri Subrat Pradhan, Assistant Professor, Department of English.
So it's now time to felicitate Dr. Jharana, one of the engines of this seminar, who is the driving force behind the entire seminar.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Now, it is now my proud privilege to invite Major Dr. Jaidev Sahu, Deputy Registrar, Head of the Department of English, Ma Manikeswari University, and convener of this national seminar to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Jharana Rani Dhangra Maji. Pranam to everybody present here in this national seminar. Respected patron, Chief Patron Dr. Nivedita Nath Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor of my university, respected patron Dr. Gunanidhi Naik Sir, Registrar of our university. He has assured to come to join this seminar very soon. Esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sahu, Professor and Head, Center for Study of Indian Diaspora, University of Hyderabad. Distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Simi Malhotra, Professor, Department of English, and Professor in charge, Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Jamia Millia Islamia. Honorable guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi, Syndicate member of Ma Manikeshwari University. Respected plenary speakers, distinguished academicians, faculty members, research scholars, my dear colleagues, Dr. Jharnarani Dhangadamaji Madam, dear Sanjeev Sir, and all my faculties of the department, research scholars of the department, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to you all. Today marks not just the inauguration of a national seminar, but a significant milestone in the academic journey of my department and Ma Manikeshwari University as well. Located in the culturally vibrant and historically resilient land of Kalahandi, this university stands as a symbol of aspiration and transformation. From this soil, often known for its struggles yet rich in heritage, we gather to deliberate on profound questions of nation, identity, and belonging. As the head of the Department of English, I feel deeply privileged to welcome this august gathering. I offer my sincere gratitude to our Chief Patron, Dr. Nivedita Nath, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire this young university to pursue academic excellence. Madam, your guidance strengthens our confidence to host intellectual platforms of national relevance. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our patron, Dr. Gunanidhi Naik, Registrar, whose administrative support forms the backbone of all our academic initiatives. We are profoundly honored by the gracious presence of our chief guest, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sahu, an eminent scholar in diaspora studies and professor and head at the Center for Study of Indian Diaspora, University of Hyderabad. Sir, your scholarly contributions remind us that identity travels beyond borders and that the nation is often imagined across continents. We are equally privileged to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Simi Malhotra, Professor in the Department of English and Professor in charge of the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Jamia Millia Islamia. Madam, your academic leadership and intellectual depth inspire institutions like ours to strive for excellence. I extend my respectful welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi, whose encouragement continues to strengthen the academic fabric of our university. It is with great admiration that I welcome our distinguished plenary speakers who have traveled from different parts of the country to share their scholarship with us. Dr. Anita Rajendran, Associate Professor, Department of English, Gargi College, University of Delhi. Dr. Sirsa Telugu, Assistant Professor, Department of English, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Lahiri Behra, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Government DAV College, Koraput, Odisha. Dr. Sajia Khan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Malla Reddy University. Dr. Bipan Pal Singh, Professor and Head, Department of English, Central University of Punjab, Batinda, Punjab. Dr. Debabrata Das, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. Dr. Ranjit Kumar Pati, Professor, Department of English, GIET, University, Gunpur, Odisha. Dr. Ashim Mandal sir, Associate Professor in English, presently attached with the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission, Residential College Autonomous, Narendrapur, Kolkata. Your presence here is not merely academic participation. It is an act of encouragement and solidarity with a growing university situated beyond metropolitan centers, yet firmly connected to national intellectual discourse. The theme of this seminar is profoundly relevant in our times, in a globalized world where identities are continuously negotiated, where citizenship is debated in public spaces and represented in literature and media. The idea of the nation is both challenged and reimagined. Literature becomes a space of resistance and reflection. Popular culture becomes a site of negotiation. Media becomes a platform of contestation. Through this seminar, we seek to engage critically and constructively with these evolving discourses. For Manikeshwari University, this seminar is a declaration of academic intent. We may be young in years, but we are strong in vision. We may be geographically distant from metropolitan hubs, yet we are intellectually aligned with national and global scholarship. I express my deep appreciation to my colleagues, Dr. Jannarani Dangadamaji, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Sahu, Mr. Subrat Kumar Pradhan, and all my faculties, Amarendra sir, Anisha Abbas, Puspita madam, and the PhD scholar like Gobind Sahu sir. My heartfelt thanks go to our seminar secretary, Ms. Payal Agrawal, and Deputy Seminar Secretary, Mr. Rahul Sahu, for their exemplary coordination. I also sincerely thank Sri Priyaranjan Naik and all our research scholars and student volunteers whose tireless efforts reflect the true spirit of academic community. We are deeply obliged to all our distinguished guests who have traveled from far-off places to support and bless this infant university. Your presence strengthens our resolve and inspires our students to dream beyond limitations. May this gathering foster meaningful dialogue, intellectual growth, and enduring academic collaborations. With profound gratitude and hope, I once again welcome you all to Manikeshwari University. Let this seminar not merely discuss the nation, but strengthen it through scholarship, dialogue, and understanding. I thank you all. I left the name of Purnendu, who is a PhD scholar of my department, who has done a lot for this seminar. I acknowledge the presence of all esteemed heads of the department who are present here, and Reverend Satpathy sir and all other who are present here. The web channel that is telecasting the live one, I am grateful to him. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for your heartwarming welcome address and introducing the theme of this seminar. May I now respectfully invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, who is, the youngest woman Vice Chancellor in India, probably. In her just 45 years age, she is the Vice Chancellor, the visionary leader of this university, who has always motivated us to organize such kind of academic gatherings and all. I invite her for inaugural address. Over to you, ma'am.
Jima Manikeshwari, a very good morning to one and all present here. Esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Ajay Sahu from University of Hyderabad, our guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi, who is our own family member, own syndicate member from Bhavani Patna, Deputy Registrar, come HOD, convener of this National Seminar, Major Dr. Jaidev Sahu, co-convener, Dr. Jannarani Dhankdamaji, co-convener, Sri Sanjeev Sahu, Subrat sir, the esteemed invited guests, Professor Simi Malhotra from Department of English, from Jamia Millia Islamia, a Central University of India, Dr. Debabrata Das, Dr. Asim Mandal from Kolkata, Dr. Sajia Khan, Dr. Lahari Behra from Koraput, all the invited guests, HODs of different departments of Ma Manikeshwari University, all esteemed delegates, resource persons, research scholars, my dear students, persons from media, and all technical support providers. On behalf of Ma Manikeshwari University, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to this national seminar on nation, nationality, and nationalism in a globalized world, negotiating citizenship and national identities in literature, popular culture, and media. It gives me immense pleasure and intellectual satisfaction to inaugurate this two-day national seminar, thoughtfully organized by a very vibrant department of Ma Manikeshwari University, that is English department of the university. And I must thank all the delegates, starting from the chief guest who has traveled all the way from Hyderabad to Raipur and reached yesterday here. The keynote speaker, Madam Simi Malhotra, Madam, all the delegates who have traveled very long distances from Calcutta, from different parts of India, to this land of Kalahandi, the land of heritage, the proud district of Odisha. The theme of this seminar is very interesting. We live in an age where the idea of nation is simultaneously reaffirmed and reimagined. Globalization, there are many key words in the theme you can see. And first when Dr. Jaydev Sahu proposed me this topic, I even asked, so globalization has woven the world into a complex wave of economic independence, digital connectivity, and cultural exchange. Yet, paradoxically, it has also intensified debates on identity, belonging, borders, and citizenship. In such a moment, literature, popular culture, and media not merely reflect these activities and aspirations, but they actively shape them. I repeat, they actively shape them. The nation, as scholars have argued, it's not merely a geographical territory, but a narrative constructed, contested, and continuously negotiated. I think all of you will agree with me. Nationalism has inspired struggles for liberation and self-determination. It has also at times generated exclusion and division. Nationality, meanwhile, operates at the intimate level of identity, informing how individuals perceive themselves in relation to the state, to history, and to each other. And in a globalized world marked by migration, diaspora, we have diaspora export on the dais, digital citizenship, transnational flows of ideas, the question of who belongs to where become increasingly complex. And the second word, citizenship, is not merely a legal category, but also a cultural and emotional experience. Literature, another word, with its own capacity for empathy and imagination, allows us to explore the layered and plural identities that define contemporary societies. Coming to the next word, popular culture. Through cinema, through television, through music, through digital platforms, reaches millions of people in the notions of patriotism, communism, and otherness. Coming to the last word, media, both traditional and social, acts as a powerful mediator of national discourse, sometimes reinforcing stereotypes and sometimes challenging dominant narratives. So it is a very interconnected theme, connecting these few words that we are seeing in the banner. And the Department of English deserves commendation for selecting a theme that bridges theory and lived reality. English studies today no longer confined to, texts only. It engages with post-colonial studies, cultural studies, media studies, gender discourse, and diaspora narratives. Through such interdisciplinary engagement, we can better understand how national identities are constructed, reconstructed, represented, and registered through literature, popular culture, and media. As an institution situated in the culturally rich region of Kalahandi, Mahanikeshwari University stands at a unique intersection of local rootness and global vision. And our region embodies diverse identities, as already told by Dr. Jayadev Sahu, tribal, regional, linguistic, and national. Such lived plurality enriches our academic reflections. This seminar, I believe, will provide you a vibrant platform from scholars from different disciplines from across the country, across the district, to deliberate on pressing questions like how does literature articulate tensions between nationalism and cosmopolitanism? In what way popular culture reinforce national myths? How do media representations influence public perceptions of citizenship and belongingness? How do marginalized voices negotiate place within dominant narratives? Let us use this forum not merely to listen, but to reflect and collaboratively rethink evolving meanings of nation, nationality, identity, citizenship. I particularly like the topic for interconnecting these themes together, and I congratulate the Department of English for conceptualizing such a theme. In inaugurating this seminar, I also wish all the best to all the faculties, the scholars, and the students of Department of English for meticulously planning this event. And such academic gatherings are the, I'll say, lifeblood of a university. Many people are asking why so many seminars are nowadays taking place in the university. I'll say these are the lifeblood of the university. These are the platforms where scholars, faculties, and students interact with each other, discuss on a meaningful theme, and establish network among themselves. May this seminar illuminate new perspectives and foster meaningful collaboration. With these words, I formally declare the two-day national seminar open. I once again thank all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, for taking the pain to traveling to Kalahandi, for enriching, for giving exposure to our students of Mahanikeshwari University. Once again, I thank the Department of English, all the persons who are present here. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, madam, for your inspiring, visionary, and encouraging words. Your address such motivates to continue striving for academic excellence and meaningful scholarly inquiry. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome our another plenary speaker, Professor Ranjit Pati sir is here with us, and also Director Academic of Mahanikeshwari University, Dr. Birendra Suna, and Director Research and PM OSHA Coordinator, Mahana sir, Dr. Rajkosar Mahana sir. I welcome all of you to this inaugural session of this national seminar. We shall now proceed with the release of the Book of Abstracts, which represents the intellectual contributions and scholarly engagements of participants from across the nation. May I respectfully request the dignitaries on the desk to kindly release the Book of Abstracts. It's inside the folder, ma'am, so yes, we can just release it. respected dignitaries, this book of abstracts stands as a testament to the vibrant academic dialogue that this seminar seeks to foster. Now, may I respectfully invite Dr. Bhavani Shankar Negi, a very own family member, syndicate member of Mahanikeswari University, and also a former professor of English, retired principal of DAV College, to deliver the address as guest of honor.
Om. With firm and a devotional respect to Ma Manikeswari, our Kuludevi of Kalahandi, and also, and it is but natural that it will lead to the Kuludevi as of our university also. So I, as an old man, of course, do not feel as now, as being told by poets, like a tattered coat upon a stick. But then I feel reverberated again after about 17 years of my retirement, since our university, what is that? Shall I call it decided, or anyway, they have chosen me as a syndicate member. So my thanks heartily goes first to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nivedita Nath. Then I have my head of the department here, Jayadev Babu. Then Registrar Gunanidhi Babu, and who fondly invited me. I have my heartfelt thanks for all of them. And at the outset, the much saved thanks goes to, I told, Dr. Nivedita Nath, who has asked me to again attend another meeting and keep me busy all along this, from this 2025, 26 onwards. I do not know, for 4 or 5 years, I don't know, till I leave, I think. But anyway, so I felt fatigued, tired, and at times just counting my days, I must say, because people say that the average year is 80 years nowadays. So I'm not going to utter the other word. So anyway, since I am 77, 77 is certainly a very, what is that, emphatic word, and it is also alliterative also in our English literature. So at this point, I remember W.B. Yeats, our Irish poet or English, that there is no country for old men. But then this year from onwards, I feel I'm not a tattered coat upon a stick, but a man standing firm, undaunted, and coming in to have express my feeling with the young people of Kalahandi, Odisha, and India, and what is that, the world at large. Because we can't confine people to any Kalahandi or this or that, but I feel my Odia friends, my Indian friends, what is having a large sphere all along the world. So in this way, this participating in the seminar, and at first I was just had to think a lot about the nation, nationality, and nationalism in a globalized world. Then you have to negotiate it, that the citizenship, then your nationality, identity, that is we are Bharatiya or the Indians, as we call it. We have to maintain our identity also as far as possible. And we need not, because our people are there to identify the 140 crores of Indians throughout the world. So, but then in a cooperative and in a literary and in an artistic way, through literature and culture, we have to organize it and let this flow throughout the world. That is the motive or the motto of the seminar to take off. So anyway, what more am I going to speak? No more. But then we have the finest sentiment of attachment towards our home and kith and kin, and this particularized feelings to be enlarged and circulated, and that is circulated throughout the world. That is the motto, I think, of the seminar, as I understand, if not in miniature, at least just a spot of it. Anyway, but then I remember this English literature, the first, what is that? Rhyme, I remember when I was told in 56 or 57 by my grandfather that you must stick to it. But then he told me in our Kalandia language, Dek wo, ita thik baru bujubu. You must learn it. Tick, the clock says, tick, tick, tick. What you have to do quick. Time is gliding fast away. Let's act and act today. So he stood up. Then I told that it does have certain spirit, certainly, because we used to learn English only from class 6 at the time. But nowadays, soon after the child is born, we start speaking mommy and daddy, all these things. So that is our, what is that? Initiation, of course. But we have learned English from class 6. And that was the, what is that? What is it called? Tick the clock says. What do you say? Rhymes. That is the first rhyme I remember till now. That was in 56 and now it is 70. What is that? 26. So in this way, we gradually we gathered from class 6 and I do not know, or gained some knowledge. And finally, when we were after graduation, we are living in PG hostels. I'll not take a lot of time. But then, as in Odia, it is called Atitaku Romanthanarata. As Guru Mahanti, who was the principal here, he wrote this Westland in Odia literature, Kalapurusa, Kalapurusa, Varsarutu Nishtura Nirmama, Hutai Rangmani Pulo, Kotakuta, Kantavada Mule, Sedeno Bahar se Borsa, Meskaro, Suma was Vitareve, Bridge Kelo Jamila Sedeno, Tikaraja, Kolapan, Nalipan. These are our principals. What is that? Kalapurusa. Here, no, he is no more there. He was deputy director also. So we have this attempt to think in our own way to English literature, that was national or international, certainly well. But then we tried, and when we were in our PG classes, our friends also silently whispered, hey English Purjubu. That means he is reading English literature. That was what is that? Identifying mark to we people. But then if at all you will be overwhelmed and say, I am English, means you are gone at that time. But then you have to be in real position and say that, oh, if he is preaching means we must try, so that we will achieve our goal. So this is the way we are doing things. So I have the honor to thank you all. Shall I tell one by one? Vice Chancellor Dr. Nivedita Nath. Then we have our Jayadev, who has organized, and he happens to be my student's son-in-law, Jayadev. Then we have Gunanidhi Babu, Ajay Kumar Babu, then Sanjeev Babu, Jarana Rani, and all the members of the staff and the department and the college who are involved deeply in this matter, and to carry out this seminar with perfect exactness and all that. Thank you all once again. I invite all the members from inside and from outside. If at all I have the power as a syndicate member, I don't know. But then as a human being, I say. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. He's our dearest sir, and who has been there always for us. So thank you so much for your motivating words, and thank you for the reference to the Odia translation of the Wasteland, Kalapuru, sir. I was just reading about it the other day. So thank you again. It is now my immense honor and privilege to begin the Chief Speaker's address, to start the Chief Speaker's address. And for this, I take this moment to introduce our esteemed chief guest who is going to deliver his address. So we have with us Professor Ajay Kumar Sahu, who is the head of the Center for the Study of Indian Diaspora at the University of Hyderabad. His teaching and research interests include international migration, diaspora, and transnationalism. Professor Sahu has authored, edited, and co-edited 30 books and published more than 60 papers on these areas. Some of his recent publications include Routledge Handbook of the Indian Diaspora, Diaspora and Nationalism, Routledge Handbook of Indian Transnationalism, and Routledge Handbook of Asian Diaspora and Nationalism. He is the founder, editor, and continues to edit the international journal South Asian Diaspora, the leading impact factor journal in diaspora studies globally, published by Routledge. Most recently, he has been appointed as the book series editor for Asian Diaspora by Routledge. He serves on the editorial advisory boards of many leading journals and has organized several international conferences on the theme of Indian diaspora and transnationalism. Under the supervision of Professor Sahu, 15 PhD students and 16 MPhil students have been awarded the degrees. In 2022, he was conferred the University of Hyderabad's coveted Chancellor's Award for his contributions to teaching and research. Today, he is going to deliver his address titled Homeland and Diaspora, Shifting Identities in the Era of Transnational Migration. So may I now respectfully invite Professor Sahu to deliver the Chief Guest address. Over to you, sir. And we all can proceed because we have a PPT presentation. Sir is going to do that. So we all can proceed off the dais, right? So we can see the PPT and all, right? Thank you.
government, they have rekindled the diasporic imagination about the homeland, which is evidence in the technological advancement of communication or transportation or technological information and communication technology. My argument in this paper will be to identify the potential new field that the study of diaspora and transnationalism might address in the future with reference to the homeland. To develop this paper, I have drawn on the ideas of various scholars to whom I am greatly indebted.
Also, some part of this presentation are drawn from my previous research as well as ongoing research on diaspora and transnationalism. I think why I am talking about the ongoing and previous research on diaspora, because of Jharna, because Jharna has given me less time on this previous paper. So I am bringing some ideas from my previous publication as well as the one which I am currently carrying out. This paper is divided into two parts. In the first part, after briefly discussing about the emergence and growth of diaspora studies, I will show that how the term diaspora has lost its original meaning when it imposed super diverse concept, and how transnational migration has emerged as a successor to the diaspora studies. And in the second part, I will situate this argument from the perspective of the homeland, that is the home, that is India and the Indian diaspora. If you see that as evidence to the the corpus of literature so far has available from the diasporic world in the last 30 years, the term diaspora has become a key trope in the humanities today. Diasporas exist because of their socio-political and trans-political linkages with the homeland. This is my argument that, and this in this paper that diasporas cannot exist. I argue that diasporas cannot exist without a homeland, and that the homeland benefits from the recognizing its diasporas, especially in an age of globalization or transnational migration. As long as the homeland recognizes, patronizes, and praises its diasporas, the diaspora remains not only social and culturally connected to the homeland, but also act as an economic and political asset to the homeland. The diaspora debate over the last 3 decades has taken many twists and turns, recognizing many of the old and lost diasporas, as well as new ethno-national diasporas. With reference to the global diasporas, we have seen how they have played a crucial role in the political and economic development of their homelands. One may cite examples of the Jewish diasporas, Armenian diasporas, or Chinese diasporas, or in case like Indian diasporas, or any other diasporas you can cite. Although there is now a proliferation of literature available on how diasporas played an important role for the development of the homeland, the contribution of the homeland for the restoration of diaspora is being neglected. The question arises, why do diasporas become so important for the homeland, and vice versa? How do globalization and transnational migration facilitate the nexus between the diaspora and homeland? Diasporic groups are often considered as outsiders by the host societies, and they are also by definition outsiders in their homeland. In any case, they are vulnerable to discrimination, exploitation in the land of their settlement, and not infrequently, many of them have also remained outside of the concern of the nation state of their origin until recently. Although the diaspora are initially formed by migration flows, not all migration result in the diaspora formation. The launch of the journal Diaspora, a Journal of Transnational Studies in the 1991 by Thynks testifies not only to the importance achieved by the concept as an instrument of analysis, but also to desire to do away with the sharply defined borders of the nation state. Subsequently, several other scholars or scholarly journals began to appear under the title Diaspora, which justified the importance of the concept in this age of transnational migration. Sociologists, anthropologists, cultural critics, and historians have in the last 3 decades put to the test essentialist definition of culture and nation. The concept of nation as an unalterable homogeneous entity has now been seriously questioned. After all, nations are remain powerful, important political and administrative and cultural unit, but the new historical development demand that the nation state should recognize the limits of its territoriality. To put it differently, nations are urged to reconsider and transcend the old concept of boundaries and the frontiers so that they can become just one side in a new transnational culture. And diasporic thinking and debatably has become one tool in this boundary transcending analysis. The concept of diaspora has different connotations for different diasporic communities globally today. While for the ancient Greeks, the diaspora was associated with the migration and colonization, for the Jews, African, and Palestinians, including Armenians, the term has more ominous connotation. As Robin Cohen, one of the scholars in diaspora studies, has rightly argues, diaspora signified a collective trauma, a banishment, where one dreamed of home but lived in exile. For others, such as Paul Gilroy and Stuart Hall, diaspora is defined not by biological connectivity across geographical areas and political boundaries, but rather by differentiation. That is, diasporic communities continue to define themselves as distinct from their host societies, from the homeland, and other groups in the transnational world. In defining the concept of diaspora, Roger Brubaker adds these three core elements. One is the dispersion in space, the second is orientation to a homeland, and the third is boundary maintenance. All these three characteristics are very important for a diasporic community. While the concept of diaspora has been subject to various interpretations today, its geographical and territorial dimensions are clear. For instance, Stephen Waterbeck, one of the scholars in the diaspora studies, argues that the term diaspora is often applied to describe practically any population that is deterritorialized or transnational. However, many scholars put forward a unified definition of diaspora, which substantiates the discussion so far as discussed in the literature. And I am summing up all the diasporas together that diasporas are, although scattered geographically, held together by factors such as common ethnic identity and a collective relationship towards the original homeland. Today, the concept of diaspora has broadened its scope to include almost all types of immigration or immigrant communities. For example, Christine Tolean, the editor of the journal Diaspora, in his preface in the 1991, he said that the concept of diaspora refers to the entire semantic domain that includes the words like immigrant, refugees, guest workers, exile community, overseas community, and ethnic community. I argue that such overgeneralization of diaspora, but also significantly challenges the theoretical and methodological rigor that scholars have produced over the last 3 decades. Further, imposing super-diversity concept, which emphasized upon chaotic multiplication of social categories such as legal status, gender, educational level within immigrant groups, onto a traditional understanding of social categories, a traditional understanding of diaspora has diluted the concept of original focus, such as like trauma, homeland connection, and everyday experiences. Superdiversity shifts the focus from a bounded group with a shared political goal to a dispersed individual experience, effectively leading to the diasporization of all migration. While Waterbeck is very clear in his discussion about superdiversity as a result of globalization and transnationalism, I still argue that traditional diaspora studies should focus on ethnic and national groups. Superdiversity only challenges this methodological groupism. For instance, when everything becomes diverse, the specific shared characteristics that define a diaspora are lost. Traditionally, a diaspora is defined by a deep collective and often nostalgic relationship with an ancestral homeland, often involving a desire to return or a commitment to its maintenance. Superdiverse framework, however, focused on fragmentation, multifaceted identities in which the homeland is just one of many influences on identity, or is entirely irrelevant. The proliferation of the term in a globalized world means it is now applied to almost any mobile population, losing its unique analytical purpose. Hence, Roger Brubaker rightly put it that if everyone is diasporic, then no one is distinctively so. More recently, scholars have argued or gone beyond even juxtaposing the diaspora with migrant communities within a nation state, living within a nation state, emphasizing the linguistic and cultural differentiation or alienation. Often they refer to as internal diasporas or diasporas at home. This not only undermines the very idea of homeland, but also seeks to dilute the traditional and political charged definition of diaspora. I would prefer to use the word diasporization instead, a concept used by Robin Cohen, which challenged the earlier restrictive definition of diaspora that focused almost exclusively on the forced exile, To expand the concept now, we include various forms of dispersion such as voluntary migration, labor, trade, or imperial expansion. Hence, I suggest adopting a more categorical definition of diaspora as proposed by scholars like William Safran, Gabriel Safar, Michael Logre, and Robin Cohen. According to all of them, they say that any international migration can be defined as producing a diaspora if four conditions are met. First, an ethnic consciousness. Second, an active associative life. Third, a contact with the land of origin in various forms, real or imaginary. Fourth, there should be relations with the other groups of the same ethnic origin spread across the world. How this transnational migration is dominating the diaspora stories, or has become a successor to the diaspora stories. Since the 1980s and 90s, globalization has fundamentally transformed the cross-border migration, accelerated in its volume, and intensified its connection to the global economic and technological shift. While the proportion of international migration relative to the total global population has still relatively less in terms of like 3 to 4% of the total global population, the absolute number of international migration has nearly doubled from 150 million in 1990 to around 300 million in 2023. These trends show that many international migrations later become permanent citizens of the countries they immigrated to. Thereby they form the diasporas. The relationship between any diaspora and the homeland falls under the broader domain of international relations, as it involves at least two countries that formally permit their subjects to interact with one another. Even in the absence of such formal understanding of and other constraint, relations of an imaginary kind could also exist to the construction of structures and institutions that recreate the places of origin of diasporic communities. Today, the diasporic communities go beyond the host nation state and homeland to network with their communities dispersed around the globe. The emergence of such networking spanning across the several continents is best described as transnationalism. According to Thomas Feist, transnational communities encompass diasporas, but not all transnational communities are diasporas. Diasporic communities like the Chinese in Chinatowns or Indians in their ethnic enclaves in Little India the world over have built home away from home. But the transnational network of the contemporary era has facilitated members of these communities to be here and there or simultaneously. Concepts such as transnational social space by Thomas Feist and transnational social field by Peggy Levitt and Nina Seeler all discuss how this social field or space are constructed from transnational networks, which in turn are built upon the transnational family networks and networking among the community organizations. These networks enable immigrants to maintain simultaneous connection with two or more nation-based states. Further, these networks are intensified by globalization, deterritorialization, and the continuous circulation of people, capital, information across the countries. Such intensified transnational network constitute a single community with a global spread. And this is best illustrated by anthropologist Arjun Appadurai, who shows that how globalization has incorporated societies and economies across national boundaries to a compelling analysis of scales. The question arises, why is transnational migration, which has emerged as a significant framework in the migration studies today, viewed as a successor to the diaspora studies? One possible answer to this question is that while both fields analyze the movement of people across borders, transnationalism focuses on the regular, ongoing, and multi-layered connections that migrants maintain between their host and home societies. That is moving beyond the often nostalgic and homeland-centered focus on traditional diaspora studies. Additionally, transnational migration and transnational network have significant socio-economic, cultural, and political impact on migrants themselves, the host society, and the homeland, which I will show it in my next presentation about homeland and the diaspora. Situating in the case of Indian diaspora. Today, the power of diaspora as a tactic for connecting people to their places of origin has only grown. The sites and means through which the diasporic identification is mobilized and where diaspora is represented and contested have also multiplied. Homeland, a number of important players have entered in this field, most importantly the homeland government. There has, for instance, been reimagination of the relations between domicile, citizenship, and belonging in India from one that is exclusive and coterminous into one that is recognizes that deterritorialized populations may be mobilized to invest in their territories they and their ancestors have left behind. With a population of more than 30 million, spread across 110 countries, the numbers involved are vast about the Indian diaspora. This reimagining of territoriality is expressed through the emotional register with a evocative call to feel the love and affection found in the mother India. But not all Indians are recalled in the same way by the government of India. The Indian government itself distinguishes between the PIOs, that is the people of Indian origin, who profess their allegiance to India while relinquishing the citizenship rights, and the NRIs, non-resident Indians, those who are at least for the moment sojourners, that is the Indian citizens living in other countries. The designation NRI in particular has always had strong economic connotation. The government has long called upon its diasporas to help develop the territorial located nation state. Indeed, encouraged it through offering attractive investment packages and financial concessions. This reverberates through the development projects and other machineries, with diasporic involvement becoming a key strategy for various bodies under the United Nations, international development agencies, and non-governmental organizations. PIOs, on the other hand, the people of Indian origin, are often recalled through a language of cultural continuity and affect, but an affect that has too little economic potential for the mother country. The prominence of homeland as a protector of diaspora has also largely been a recent phenomenon. Whether it is the large-scale rescue effort by the government during crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic or ethnic and political wars in the host land, such as many cases like Operation Ganga in Ukraine, Operation Kaveri in Sudan, or Operation Ajay in Israel. The homeland is now in a position to safeguard the diaspora by considering they are part of the homeland. The proactive Indian embassies in labor and NRI dominant countries and also elsewhere have now also played a significant role in supporting and promoting the diaspora during the times of crisis. But why do you talk about the diasporas in India when you talk about academic interest in the diaspora studies? In the academic interest in India, about the notion of diaspora and its application is very recent. In 1989, for instance, Sociological Bulletin, the official journal of the Indian Sociological Society, brought out a special issue on the theme of Indians abroad, in which 8 out of the 9 papers of the special issue focused on Indian communities abroad. But none of the papers talked about Indian diaspora. Rather, they used concepts such as Indian immigrants or overseas Indians. In 1994, an international conference on Indian diaspora was organized by the University of Hyderabad, which with the objective of establishing a center for the study of exclusively on Indian diaspora. It was at this conference that the terms such as diaspora and transnational Indians were first used. The demand for organized study of the Indian diaspora, their expectations, their contributions, and the scope of collaboration in various sectors of the society resulted in the establishment of the Center for Study of Indian Diaspora under the UGC's Area Studies Program in 1996 at the University of Hyderabad. Subsequently, the center was actively involved with the government of India to develop a comprehensive policy on the Indian diaspora. For instance, the High-Level Committee on Indian Diaspora, appointed by Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee in September 2000, represented a major and transformative shift in India's policy towards its overseas community. Chaired by Dr. L.M. Singhvi, the committee was tasked with reviewing the status of the people of Indian origin and non-resident Indians and recommending a new and constructive framework to strengthen the ties between India and Indian diaspora. Before undertaking such a large study on the Indian diaspora, it was necessary that a background information and discussion is needed by the policymakers, academicians, as well as diasporic members. Hence, the Ministry of External Affairs assigned the center the task of organizing an international conference to debate these issues about Indian diaspora, where all these three members could participate easily. And the center successfully organized the conference in early 2002 and provided feedback to the government, which was acknowledged in the policy report that came later, titled Report of the High-Level Committee on Indian Diaspora. A few years later, the annual Pravasi Bharatiya Divas One of the many suggestions in the high-level committee report was also held in Hyderabad in January 2006, where many of the young researchers, including me, was also participated. The question arises, why does homeland matter to the diaspora and vice versa? The rise of the global south and within it India's emergence as one of Asia's superpower are noteworthy in the light of the Indian diaspora. The most significant factor in the Indian diaspora's prominence today is its substantial economic contribution to both the host society and the homeland. Remittances, for instance, from the Indian diaspora today has reached a record high, not only impacting the expenditure of migrant households back home, but also strengthening the country's GDP. Additionally, remittances make a significant contribution to India's GDP, accounting for approximately 3.5% as of 2023. Following the liberalization of Indian economy after the 1991 reforms, foreign direct investment FDI to India has increased from $97 million in 1991 to $13 billion in 2023. That is marking a significant shift in attracting the global capital that led to the development of new industries and creation of new jobs, and thus becoming an attractive destination for foreign investors. The diaspora also benefits the destination countries significantly by providing a vital source of labor that addresses specific shortages in the skill gaps across various sectors. A prime example of Indian diaspora's contribution to the homeland is India's model village development project. The diaspora, through philanthropy, investment, and knowledge transfer, helps transform the villages into a modern hub with improved infrastructure, including solar lights, water system, and community centers. Several examples of such development can be found in the states such as Punjab, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Although not directly, the diaspora's contribution aligns with the central government's Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana. The Model Village program, which features diaspora involvement, is being promoted extensively through Bollywood movies such as Virasat or Swadesh, and social media platforms like Facebook or Instagram. The Indian diaspora plays a significant role in the political spheres of both the homeland and the host societies by becoming a strategic asset or a lobbying force. And as a cultural ambassador, the diaspora shapes foreign policy and promotes mutual understanding between the homeland and the societies in which they reside. For example, the presence of Indian origin leaders in the positions in countries such as the United States or UK or Portugal, Mauritius, Singapore, Trinidad and Tobago or Ireland, among other countries as well, makes them that invaluable to India's foreign policy and global influence. When diaspora is actively participate and influences the homeland government also participate by creating ministries and diasporic specific events such as like Pravasi Bharatiya Divas or No India program. The present Bharatiya Janata Party government, for instance, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, engages the diaspora more actively by encouraging them to serve as a brand ambassador. Another dimension of India's diaspora's powerful role, discernible in the homeland politics, is that the indirect participation and influence in elections through substantial financial support and social media campaigns, which have often shaped the domestic public opinion and party narratives. The success of the BJP government in the last 3 consecutive elections, as well as the popularity of Sri Narendra Modi ji as Prime Minister of India, these are the prime examples. The strongest states where the diaspora influence is more visible due to their demographic and economic and political strength are the states of Punjab, Gujarat, Kerala, where NRIs who still holds Indian passport travel to India to vote and volunteer through the grassroots mobilization campaigns, besides holding public rallies in the diaspora itself to support the particular government. India's rich cultural heritage is now gaining international recognition due to the contribution of the Indian diaspora. The promotion of Indian festivals such as Diwali and Holi, as well as Indian cuisine, music, dance, festival, and traditional practices like yoga and Ayurveda are integrating them into the global cultural tapestry. Is among the diaspora's noteworthy roles which has seen in the last few decades. For instance, following the popularity in the diaspora, the festival of Diwali is now recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Following the energetic display of artwork during the 2025 Diwali celebration at Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh, where the millions of diyas were illuminated simultaneously across the Sarai River floods to set a Guinness World Record. Similar to the event in Ayodhya in the diaspora also, Indians attempted an event just 10 days ago in Malaysia, where around 800 dancers performed under a single choreographed piece showcasing the diverse Indian classical as well as folk dance forms in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which was included in the Malaysian Book of Records. This reflects the mutual reinforcement of the homeland and the diaspora. The Hindi film industry, for instance, popularly known as Bollywood, and the Indian art industry have leveraged the diaspora to achieve immense popularity. They serve as powerful tools of India's soft power by spreading its rich culture through relatable stories, vibrant visuals, and themes of love, family, resilience, thereby creating a positive global image that resonates worldwide. Not only Bollywood, but also the regional film industry, particularly in the South Indian film industry, which has attracted the diaspora audience. For example, the films such as RRR Telugu, Jallikattu in Malayalam, and Kantara in Kannada, and documentary films like The Elephant Whispers in Tamil are among the critically acclaimed films which are promoted and loved by the diaspora audience due to their themes of relationship between humanity and nature, friendship, and love. The Indian music industry is also today heavily supported and promoted by the Indian diaspora, leading to numerous international collaborations. The diaspora has been instrumental in popularizing both the Bollywood and independent music globally, particularly through the streaming services and live concerts. The transnational reach of the music industry is now clearly visible. Through the internet, especially via the social media, streaming platforms such as Spotify and YouTube, Indian music has gained not only diasporic popularity but also globally visibility by connecting artists across borders. Several instances where the blending of the Indian music or the Bollywood with regional sounds with global genres like such as pop and EDM and hip hop can be found. For instance, like you can see in the slides that how this has become a broader cultural reach and shared heritage. The diaspora's promotion of popular Indian dishes, including like butter chicken, Hyderabad biryani, and masala dosa, as well as fusion dishes like chicken tikka masala and Indo-Chinese chili chicken, is widely available in Indian restaurants worldwide today. Food blogs often function as virtual museums of recipes, preserving like family traditions and regional culinary identities that might otherwise be lost due to migration and assimilation. They popularize traditional, authentic Indian recipes in the diaspora by fostering a sense of community and connection to the homeland, while also adapting the recipes for the global lifestyles that facilitate the intergenerational transfer of culinary knowledge, especially among the younger generation diasporic members. Indian ethnic wear, which serves as a political bridge between the homeland and the diaspora, strengthens the Indian identity when celebrated globally. Wearing traditional Indian clothes such as saris, lehengas, and kurtas during special occasions like religious and cultural festivals and on special occasions is considered a tangible link to the India's rich cultural heritage. Recently, Indian ethnic wear has been promoted and popularized not only by social media influencers but also by Bollywood movies and also by renowned Indian designers such as Sabyasachi, Anita Dongre, and Gaurav Gupta, who have showcased their creations on global platforms like Cannes Film Festival and Met Gala, which has been well received by the Indian diaspora. Today, the digital platforms like e-commerce platforms like Amazon and Flipkart or Myntra or Azio, they enable Indian diasporic communities to easily access a diverse range of authentic Indian clothing, which was once difficult to outsource from India. Indian religious spiritual traditions have also strengthened the diaspora bonds through visits of gurus and spiritual leaders. They not only provide spiritual guidance and promotion of Indian culture globally, but also establish ashrams and temples and meditation centers in the diaspora, which serve as a central hub for the Indian community to gather and celebrate Indian festivals, thereby helping to preserve the Indian values and traditions. Some of the prominent leaders and their ashrams, their activities in the diaspora, which you can find in the slides. I'll take just 5 minutes now. The significant visibility and influence of the powerful Indian diaspora also evident in the literary field. where Indian diasporic writers explore the unique diasporic experiences, hybrid identities, a sense of loss, and an idealized home through their literary works. Nobel laureate and Nobel literary figures such as notable literary figures such as B.S. Naipaul or Salman Rushdie, Jhumpa Lahiri, Kiran Desai, Amitabh Ghosh, Bharati Mukherjee, and among others, they have achieved global recognition and won major literary awards including the Nobel Prize, Booker Prize, and Pulitzer Prize by bringing new perspective, themes, and styles to English literature, thereby solidifying the Indian diaspora's powerful presence in the global literary circles. To conclude, this presentation showed how the homeland is recognized or reimagined by the diaspora and how can play a significant role in restoring the lost identity. Diasporas now play an active role not only in their respective nations but also in the homeland. So there is a reciprocal relationship between homeland and diaspora, strengthened by factors such as globalization and advance in transportation, communication, and information technology. But where do we go now? I put these questions in the beginning of this presentation. I quote here Jagdish Bhagwati, one of the economists from Columbia University, who said, "Borders beyond control, that is, that rich countries' ability to control immigration has diminished because borders are no longer effectively stoppable." He advised that shifting policy towards managing inflows rather than attempting to curtail them. Hence, the international migration is expected to continue to dominate in the world in the years to come, as well as the growth of the diasporas. Hence, there is a significant potential of diaspora studies, and I encourage the young participants and students here in this conference to consider contributing to the diaspora studies in the future. Thank you so much, and some of my presentations are referred from this book.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajay Sahu, sir. It was actually a treat to witness your presentation. Your scholarly reflections have greatly enhanced our understanding of diaspora, identity, and transnational belonging. Now, we would like to felicitate our another plenary speaker who is already with us now and who has come all the way from Gunpur, Professor Ranjit Pati, sir. So I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to kindly felicitate our another plenary speaker, Professor Ranjit Pati, sir. I request all our dignitaries to actually come off the dais so that we will also prepare for keynote lecture now after this. Thank you. Because Madam Simi Malhotra is going to join us online, so she will be visible on the projector screen. I now invite Sri Sanjeev Kumar Sahu, sir, my colleague from Department of English, to propose the formal vote of thanks for this inaugural session so that we can proceed with the keynote session through Google Meet link.
Thank you, Madam. Nations are imagined, but gratitude is lived. And today we have lived it together. Respected dignitaries, on and off the dais, esteemed scholars, media representatives, colleagues, dear students, and research scholars. It is my distinct privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the national seminar on behalf of the Department of English, Ma Manikeshwari University. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this inaugural ceremony intellectually enriching and memorable. We extend our profound gratitude to our chief guest on the occasion, Professor Ajay Kumar Sahu, Head, Center for Study of Indian Diaspora, University of Hyderabad, for his illuminating address on homeland and diaspora, shifting identities in the era of transnational migration. His insights into diaspora, belonging, and transnational identities on diverse cultural spheres of lives on this planet have set an inspiring intellectual tone for the seminar. Our sincere appreciation goes to Dr. Negi, syndicate member, who graced the occasion as a guest of honor and encouraged us with his thoughtful reflection on the role of higher education in shaping responsible citizenship. We offer our respectful thanks to Dr. Nivedita Nath, Vice Chancellor of our university. I truly believe her department and also her office is transnational. Here, all the ideas and emotions are transformed into action for the encouraging health. Anthropology, I believe, is the mother of all other branches also, and she has been mothering all the departments equally and effectively. We express our deep gratitude to our esteemed registrar sir, where ideas are also further culminated into action in his office, although he has been, because of some administrative responsibility, not been able to join us. Thank you very much, sir, and to your office, who have been supporting us in all kinds of action. I believe this seminar has been possible because of two J's. One is Major Dr. Jaydev Sahu, who has been steering the seminar from the very beginning, head of the Department of English and convener of this national seminar. And the other J is Dr. Jharana Rani Dangnamaji Madam, for organizing the entire seminar, developing the conceptual note, and gracefully moderating the inaugural session also. And then very quickly, we'll also move to the keynote address, which will be delivered online by Professor Simi Malhotra, and Madam is going to also introduce her. We also express our sincere gratitude to the media representatives for their valuable presence and coverage, to the scholars and researchers for their intellectual engagement, and to our students for their enthusiastic participation, and to our colleagues of the department for their constant cooperation and support. My warm thanks goes all the paper presenters who have come all the way, delegates, organizing committee members, student volunteers, and most importantly, the technical staff of our university who have been putting their efforts to make us visible both inside the auditorium and outside also. So with this, I, Sanjeev Kumar Sahu of this Department of English, propose the vote of thanks. Thank you all once again. If I have missed anyone's name, please forgive me. It's because of my innocence and maybe because of my ignorance, it may have happened. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us. We will now proceed to our next session, very important one, the keynote address by Professor Simi Malhotra. I've requested her to join now because, yeah, she has already joined. Madam has already joined. Ma'am, can you hear me? Hello? Simi ma'am, can you hear me? Good morning. I think her audio is mute. Has anyone muted her? Please give her access to this. Ma'am, can you hear me? Simi ma'am? Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Yes. Hello, can you hear me, ma'am? Okay, but she is not audible. ना? उनका वो sound होता है ना? Ma'am, just give us 1 minute. Your voice is actually not audible to any of us. So, yes. Sound, huh? Is it all right? All right? Shall we start?
Can you hear me speak?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible now. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. So we will start with the keynote address now. To deliver the keynote address, we have the distinguished speaker, Professor Simi Malhotra. Professor Simi Malhotra is a professor at the Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Her areas of interest include literary theory and culture studies. Her earlier publications include the co-authored books Terrains of Consciousness, Multilogical Perspectives on Globalization, published by Wurzburg University Press 2021, and Ocean as Method, Thinking with the Maritime, published by Routledge 2022, and the co-edited books Food Culture Studies in India, Consumption, Representation, and Mediation. And finally, Inhabiting Cyberspace in India, Theory, Perspectives, and Challenges, published from Springer 2021. Her more recent co-edited books are Globalization and Sense-Making Practices, Phenomenologies of the Global, Local, and Glocal, published in 2023. Globalization and Planetary Ethics, New Terrains of Consciousness, again in 2023. Effective World Making, Routing Planetarity Thought, 2024. And Panorama of the Pandemic, a Phenomenological Inquiry, published in 2025, all from Routledge. Her latest co-edited book is Trauma and Memory Studies, Responses from India and Beyond, published by Springer 2025. She is also the recipient of several grants and awards, including the Duo India Professor Fellowship and the UGC DAD PPP Award, with which she was visiting professor at Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Germany, for 3 consecutive years from 2022 to 2024. Today, she will deliver the keynote address on the negotiation of nationalism and globalization through literature and culture. Now, I request my teacher-in-law, so because Padri sir last year joined with us, he is my teacher, Professor Simi Malhotra, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am. We will start with your session.
Madam, can you please unmute yourself? Can you please unmute?
Yes, I can unmute myself. Can you hear me speak? I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me? Could somebody confirm, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. Should I just start? I mean, I don't have any cue, so I'm just thinking that should I just start because I don't know what's going on. I can't hear anything, but I'm hoping that you can hear me. Could somebody just confirm, please?
Yes, ma'am, we are audible.
Okay. Thanks. Right. So, very good morning to all of you. And I'm sorry, I mean, that there's still this technical problem, but I'm really grateful to Dr. Jharna Rani for inviting me to this particular conference of yours. I think it's a very important conference, and I'm extremely grateful for Jharna for thinking of me and for inviting me. And so, without really wasting much time, I'll just say a few things that I wanted to say. Um, uh, uh, so uh, right. So what I mean, since it's a keynote, I thought that I'll try to make it as broad spectrum as possible. And so I thought that I would primarily look at the negotiation of both the categories of nationalism and globalization through literature and culture. And what I want to begin with is to say that that we are, of course, living in extremely troubled times today, and literature and culture obviously has to respond to these times as well. We see that all around us there are all kinds of sectarian identity assertions which are raising their ugly heads. And of course, they're challenging the very foundations of what it has meant to be human, as we would have understood what it is to be human and to do humanities, which is largely literature and culture, down millennia. And so, in some ways, it does pose some questions to us. Fortunately, of course, we all come from the discipline of literary studies, where, in spite of all kinds of deployments of assertions which try to, lay emphasis on identity politics of one kind or the other, we know that's the experience of doing literature and culture, and the mandate, in fact, of doing literature and culture, particularly writing itself, has actually been a way to, or has been actually been a way or a means to actually go beyond the identitarian here and now to what I say is the promise of a cosmopolitical other regarding democracy to come. So let me spend a little bit time here to explain what I'm trying to do here. We know that while there's no doubt about the fact that there is identity politics, there are all kinds of sectarianism, all kinds of parochialism, all kinds of nationalism, subnationalism, which are trying to subsume us into certain categories. Our experience of literature and culture is actually quite contrary to parochialism and sectarianism and identitarianism of one kind or the other, because we know that our experience of actually reading and culture, even if we read the most local text, even if we read one of the most rooted texts, I mean, I don't want to invoke the category of vernacular or bhasha or regional in that sense, but you get the sense, which is that even if we read the most locally infused text, ultimately, whatever text that we may read, whenever we read any text from whichever time, from whichever place, the experience of reading, the experience of writing primarily is to dislocate us, to dislodge us from our present time and from our present here and now to another time and another place. And so, therefore, the very experience of reading or writing, the very experience of actually looking at literature, engaging with literature, is to dislodge us, to dislocate us from our present, whatever time we might be living in, from our present locale, from our present, present time or present space, so to say, and to transport us through writing, through literature, through culture to another time and to another place. And that is how we can read Shakespeare. We can read texts which are written in 19th century. We can read texts which are written in Latin America, in different contexts, in different places. The ability that literature affords us is to be able to travel in time and in space. And this, of course, is a very important task of literature and culture, because essentially what it does is to dislodge us from our own location, from our own heuristic location of time and place, and it has the ability to take us to another time and place. And this, to my mind, is an extremely important role that literature performs, which is that it takes us beyond the cesspool of the here and now of identity to the domain of the other, to the domain of the other time, other spaces, other cultures, other literatures. And in that sense, literature and culture is a gesture, which is a gesture towards cosmopolitics, towards being cosmopolitan, towards being other regarding, towards being more democratic, towards being ethically disposed towards what might be considered the other, or what might be considered alterity. And so therefore this fundamental premise of literature and culture is really the cornerstone of my argument here, which is that even as we encounter the idea of sectarianism, parochialisms, and all kinds of identitarianism, the experience of literature and culture actually is such, which is that it does not bind us to the here and now, it does not bind us to identity, it does not bind us to location, it does not bind us to temporality and to spatiality. The ability of literature and culture precisely is to be able to take us beyond oneself, beyond one's own location, beyond one's own space, to another time, to another place, to another world, to another culture, to another community, to other, in other words, and to the domain of the other. And in that gesture, literature and culture is extremely democratic, it is extremely cosmopolitical, it is extremely ethical, it is extremely political, and of course, in its orientation, it is something which regards the other, which is other regarding in that sense. And I think this, of course, is the most important point that I want to start with. And so therefore, to begin with in my presentation, I will consider this link between this cosmopolitan, cosmopolitical orientation of writing or literature or culture. That is what I will try to explore. And so let me present what my argument to begin with is going to be. And so I must short circuit my extended argument and I must preempt before you what I want to say, which is that I will begin by analyzing first Kant, Immanuel Kant, and Immanuel Kant's formative definition of cosmopolitanism, with which what I will start, and of course, which would be premised on the idea of hospitality. And of course, in that he relied largely on the agency of the nation, that ultimately nation has to be hospitable towards the other. And today, more than ever, where we are talking about trade deals, we are talking about nations, we're talking about reorientations of geopolitics, etc., the idea of cosmopolitanism, the idea of hospitality becomes extremely important. And of course, Kant's idea of nations being cosmopolitan, or nations having to be cosmopolitan, or nations having to be hospitable to the other, was critiqued hugely and heavily by none other than Jacques Derrida. And so in my next part, where after Kant I will go on to Derrida, where Derrida displaces the privileged role which is given to the nation, and instead what he goes on to say is that the real hospitality or the real hospitable category which one needs to invoke is not the nation, but primarily what he calls non-national spaces, which is cities of refuge. That he says that historically it is cities which have given refuge to people. And today when we talk about migration and refugee crisis and refuge itself, for Derrida it's not the nation which is hospitable, but primarily cities which are hospitable. And this is what he goes on to, and of course he goes back to the Hebraic and to the Hellenic tradition primarily to be able to talk about the idea of cities of refuge. But I will go beyond nation and cities to the third person that I will invoke in my presentation, which is Salah Ben Habib, where Salah Ben Habib would go on to talk about another kind of cosmopolitanism, which of course on the one hand eschews the idea of parochial sectarianism of the nation, but also eschews this vague idea of cosmopolitanism which actually comes from the city, in what she coins as an alternative to cosmopolitanism, which is the idea of being cosmopolitical, where she says that if you have to think about the essential tool of democracy to come, then probably the category that we need to invoke is the idea of the cosmopolitical, and that cosmopolitical is not to be found in the nation, it is not to be found in the city, instead it is to be found in the people. And so she makes people the agents of cosmopolitical or nations in that sense. And so I will of course talk a little bit about Salah Ben Habib, and then I will come to our favorite, that is Rabindranath Tagore, and Tagore's own prophetic critique of the category of the nation and his very famous essays on nationalism. And so therefore almost homing into what are the kind of alternatives that we find to the critique of nation, a certain kind of a parochial, narrow idea of nation from Tagore himself. And then I will go on to look at, in my presentation, lastly, at Ngugi wa Thiong'o, because Gugi Bathiongo, again, to this particular audience as I'm talking to today, would be very familiar with. And Gugi is also someone who's thought of as someone who's very directly linked to the idea of this question of this looming question of nation and how to think of nation as an anti-colonial tool, but also nation as a tool which then can also become a tool with which one must have tryst in some ways. And we know about Gugi's own, let's say, relationship with the nation, having given up his Christian name, James, taking on his native name, given up the colonial legacy of English and taking on to writing about Gikuyu, thinking of nation as a fulcrum through which one can launch anti-colonial struggle, as it really did happen in the previous century, to nation which would exile him, to a nation which would persecute him, and to a nation to which he would have to always live ex to the nation, and of course have to find another nation or another country or another city in which he would have to take refuge and to move to the United States, and to then finally be able to look at nation, to be able to also look at nation within this idiom of globalization, and how nations must negotiate this new reality of globalization in the 20th century. And so therefore, nation not as anti-colonial, but nation which would persecute someone like him. We know that he was persecuted by his own nation, even though he is a poster boy of his nation in some senses, as the voice of anti-colonial struggle from the region, but as someone which would persecute him, and therefore he would not really be able to live in that nation and have to live always outside that nation in persecution, and yet be able to find a voice in another country, in another city which would give him refuge, and to be able to still talk politically and to still talk ethically about the role of literature and culture, and how it would therefore negotiate the space of the nation and the space of the globe in some senses, to be able to finally articulate his own position about what he would call global ethics, is what I would end my presentation on. So this is roughly what my presentation will be all about, which is that in the face of this great persecution, this great crisis to humanities, this great challenge to humanities of what it is to be human in today's time, where there is parochialism, identitarianism, ugly head of all kinds of nationalism, subnationalism, and identity politics, which is hemming us in some senses. How does literature and culture, as something which is other regarding to begin with, respond to this? I will take you through Kant to Derrida and Salah Ben Habib, to look at how they try to look at the relationship between writing and cosmopolitanism, and what the role of writing and culture vis-a-vis cosmopolitanism is, and how the nation gets oriented in this particular debate. And then, of course, I will look at the critique of nation by Tagore himself, and thereafter by the negotiation of nation and globe by someone like Gugi, to finally rest my case before you. And so let me begin, without really wasting much time, with Kant. Now, Immanuel Kant, philosopher Immanuel Kant, is very well known for many things, but I'm sure many of you would be familiar with his 1795 essay, which is called Perpetual Peace. And Perpetual Peace, of course, is a very important essay, because that is the essay in which Kant primarily goes on to discuss his idea of cosmopolitanism. And what he goes on to argue in that particular essay is that with increasing trade, travel, and commercial relationship among nation states, war would have become a thing of the past, because the need for economic growth will require nations to be hospitable to each other, leading to a certain kind of mutual tolerance and cosmopolitanism. So that is his idea, which is that because of trade, because of travel, because of commercial relationship, nation states would automatically have to give up war, and instead, because of need for economic growth, they will need to become hospitable to each other, and so therefore it would lead to a certain kind of tolerance and cosmopolitanism. And we see that today increasingly in these age of trade war, where there is a need to, because of this trade war or this trade or economic growth as being the mover or shaker of today's geopolitical relationships in some senses, that one is harking back to humanity and humanism and tolerance and cosmopolitanism, etc., and all that. And so for Kant, hospitality becomes a key term. And what I will do is that I will just read a small quote from him from Perpetual Peace so that I can give you a flavor of what he's trying to say in this particular very important work of his, where he says, and I quote him, he says, hospitality means the right of a stranger not to be treated as an enemy, but when he arrives in the land of another, one may refuse to receive him when this can be done without causing his destruction, but so long as he peacefully occupies his place, one may not treat him with hostility. It is not the right to be a permanent visitor that one may demand. A special contract of beneficence would be needed in order to give an outsider a right to become a fellow inhabitant for a certain length of time. It is only the right of temporary sojourn, a right to associate which all men have. They have it by virtue of their common possession of the surface of the earth, where as a globe they cannot infinitely disperse and hence must finally tolerate the presence of each other. End quote. Now, of course, as you can make out, I mean, this is precisely the argument that Kant seems to be forwarding, that one cannot infinitely disperse and find new land for oneself to be able to live in peace, but ultimately one has to be able to live in peace with each other, to be able to tolerate each other in spite of all the differences that we might have, because eventually we cannot infinitely disperse. There is a limited globe that we have, and in the possession of the surface of the earth, we have to ultimately live alongside each other, along with each other, and therefore one has to willy-nilly tolerate each other. Now, of course, in the quote that I've read of Kant for you, and also the general argument that Kant primarily talks about, he's of course talking about the fact that there will be a covenant of perpetual peace that nation states would probably arrive at, where outsider will have to be tolerated and would not have to be meted out with hostility and will be given some temporary rights and not permanent residence rights, etc., etc. But this is the conditional hospitality that, let's say, for example, Kant is talking about, primarily because this is exactly how not infinite dispersal, that one will have to, nation states will have to adjust with each other, live with each other, and that is precisely how nations will have to be tolerant towards the other that one encounters. But of course, Jacques Derrida also reads Kant's Perpetual Peace, which is a very important document in trying to understand modern nation states and also the idea of cosmopolitanism. And Derrida, of course, has problems with Kant's notion of cosmopolitanism because it is conditional in some senses. But as Derrida points out, that not only is there the idea of cosmopolitanism, which is pre-modernity, pre-past, which I will talk about in a moment. But Kant makes hospitality conditional. And so therefore, what I will do is that I will read a quote from Derrida, which was basically an interview that he gave to Bennington in 1997, because I think it's a very telling kind of a quote, which kind of lays the argument before us well. And so let me read Derrida's quote, which is basically from an interview that he gave to Bennington. And he says, and I quote him, there is a tradition of cosmopolitanism, and if we had time, we could study this tradition, which comes to us from, on the one hand, Greek thought with the Stoics, who have a concept of a citizen of the world. You also have the St. Paul in the Christian tradition, also a certain call for a citizen of the world as precisely a brother. St. Paul says that we are all brothers, that is, sons of God. So we are not foreigners. We belong to the world as citizens of the world. And it is this tradition that we follow up until Kant, for instance, in whose concept of cosmopolitanism we find the conditions for hospitality. But in the concept of the cosmopolitical in Kant, there are a number of conditions. First, all of you should, of course, welcome the stranger, the foreigner, to the extent that he is a citizen of another country, that you grant him the right to visit and not to stay. And there are a number of other conditions that I can't summarize here quickly, But this concept of the cosmopolitical, which is very novel, very worthy of respect, and I think cosmopolitanism is a very good thing, is a very limited concept, end quote. Now, of course, what I wanted to show was that while Derrida goes on to read Kant and says that Kant's idea of nation states coming to live in peace with each other is a very important idea. It's an idea which is worthy of respect. But this, this trade-oriented peace, which will be bought by nation states, is actually another kind of a cosmopolitanism that Kant is talking about. But pre-Kant, pre-modernity, there is already two kinds of tradition that he invokes, which is the Hellenic tradition, which is the Greek tradition of the citizen of the world kind, which the Stoic philosophers had talked about. And there is the Hebraic tradition, which is from the Bible itself. And St. Paul had himself talked about the fact that citizens are like, that my neighbor is my brother, which is that the idea of belonging to the same world, of being one family. And so therefore there is the idea of a human, or being human, and living in peace as brothers or as citizens of the world, which is of course pre-Kant and pre-modern, which also talks about a different kind of a tradition of being able to live in peace. And this, of course, is a very important tradition that Derrida is hinting at, where he goes on to say that there is a long tradition of hospitality, and Kant actually marks a certain kind of a break in that tradition, where he said that because of trade and migration, that nation states will have to arrive at the idea of perpetual peace among themselves, and hospitality will have to become a mode of being. Whereas what Derrida goes on to show is that the idea of hospitality actually predates the idea of nation state. And it comes from the biblical, Abrahamic, and Pauline tradition on the one hand, and the Stoical and the Greek tradition, the Hellenic tradition on the other hand. And so therefore, this is what he goes on to argue. And in fact, when Derrida goes on to publish his own now very seminal work on the subject, which is called Cosmopolitanism and Forgiveness, which he had published in 2003, though he adopts many of Kant's own viewpoints, he argues that it's not the nation state. So he does away with the category of the nation state, and instead he talks about cities. And he says that historically, cities are the ones which have given refuge to the outsider, to the stranger. And it's because cities historically have often fallen outside the purview of the official nation-state machineries. And so traditionally, from the Middle Ages onwards to how currently demographically through the 1990s and 2000s, we have the idea of the cities of refuge, which have actually been the sites of hospitality, not the nation state, but the cities themselves, which have given refuge to people. And so therefore there are these large cities which have given refuge to people from within the nation or from outside the nation. And so therefore what we consider cosmopolitan spaces or metropolitan spaces or cosmopolitan places are not nations in themselves, which are behemoths, but basically cities. And so therefore you can have a Muslim mayor in London, or you can have a governor in the state of New York, because many of these cities are very cosmopolitan. They have people who have given refuge to people who have come from all kinds of backgrounds, from all kinds of regions, from all kinds of nations, from all kinds of citizenry, etc., etc. And so cities are actually the spaces which have been really hospitable to the others, to these myriad others, to these people who belong to different kinds of alterities and nationalities and regionalities and local flavors, etc., etc. So unlike Kant, who had given nation that kind of an agency, as far as Derrida is concerned, Derrida makes cities of what he calls cities of refuge as the sites of actually being the sites of hospitality, or being the sites of being hospitable to the other. And so for him, it is not the nation-state driven cosmopolitanism, but actually the city driven cosmopolitanism, which actually becomes more important than Kantian, idea of hospitality. And of course, we can understand that because Kant was writing at a certain point of time where historically one is talking about the formation of the modern nation state, etc., etc. But Derrida is writing where obviously all the trade wars and all the migration, etc., ultimately in the 20th century did not give rise to perpetual peace. Instead, in the 20th century, in the first half of the 20th century, we had the two world wars. And so far from there being the end of war and nations being able to live in perpetual peace, we see the 20th century actually marks the end of peace in some senses, and the two world wars are signposts of that particular perpetual peace not being achieved by nation states in some senses. And so therefore it's no surprise that he would think of cities and not really the nation states, which actually give refuge to people. And it's very interesting that Sela Ben-Habib picks up this whole idea she also of course reads Kant and Derrida more closely. And so when she writes her 2006 book, which is, after Derrida's book, Cosmopolitanism and Forgiveness, which was published in 2003, that she writes her 2006 book, which is called Another Cosmopolitanism, where she says that whether it is the Kantian kind of state-sponsored cosmopolitanism, nation-sponsored cosmopolitanism, or even Derrida's city-oriented, cities of refuge kind of cosmopolitanism, the mechanism of implementation of cosmopolitanism or hospitality still rests with the rulers, those who rule, those who govern. It's still got a governmental, state-oriented, city-oriented, ruler-oriented idea. And in fact, I will quote from Ben-Habib. Ben-Habib says, and so Ben-Habib in this book, so I'm quoting from her 2006 book, Another Cosmopolitanism, where she says, cosmopolitan citizens still needed their individual republics to be citizens at all. So end quote. And so the onus of according refuge or asylum still lies with the sovereign. The sovereign could be a king, the sovereign could be the nation state, the sovereign could be a governor. I mean, the idea is that that it's still so you had to be a citizen to be able to belong to another nation, and that citizenship would be granted through a governmental machinery. In that sense. And so she says that ultimately the idea of cosmopolitanism, be it in Kant or in Derrida, is still normatively juridico-political. I mean, of course, it's political on the one hand, but it is also juridical because it is enshrined in the law, or even if it is not stated in an stated law, it is still entrenched or enshrined in the governmental machinery. And so she quotes, and if you look at what Derrida also says, and I quote again Derrida says that limits are set, boundaries are established and protected with violence, asylees are turned away, refugees are denied entry and aid, citizens are denaturalized. And this is what Derrida has to say about citizenship. As on citizenship, limits are set, boundaries are established and protected with violence, asylees are turned away, refugees are denied entry and aid, citizens are denaturalized. And I don't really need to tell you, I'm sure all of us are aware of all kinds of migrant crises, whether to Europe or what's happening in other parts of the world, where we see refugees and we see asylees and we see aid and entry being denied. And we've seen many of people dying on shores, etc., etc. And so therefore, there is a certain governmental state-oriented idea of cosmopolitanism, which not necessarily is other regarding or is kind to the other in that sense. And so therefore, what Ben-Habib does in her work is to suggest that as opposed to nation-occasion instances of hospitality or even city-oriented instances of hospitality, we have to look for new forms of political agency, which she says, and she borrows Derrida's idea of writing, and it's very important that she goes back to the idea of writing or iteration, and she calls them, in fact, democratic iterations, and she says that it is the writing of the people or cultural repetitions by the people themselves, which will transform the established view. And so for her, it's not the nation, it's not the city, but it's the people themselves who, by cultural repetition, by writing, by language, by literature, can actually transform the idea of the cosmopolitical, of the established view in that sense. And so she, and I'll quote this very important quote from her book, where she says that that people can reappropriate and reinterpret rules, and they can become the authors of the law. So rather than the juridico-political idea of the nation state or city state governmental logic, the people can rewrite the laws. And so she says, and I quote her, she says, the democratic people can reconstitute itself through such acts of democratic iteration so as to enable the extension of democratic voice. Aliens can become residents, and residents can become citizens. Democracy requires porous borders. And we've seen that it's only when, let's say, for example, if we talk about the refugee crisis, that when people have started voicing that we must be able to give asylum to children or women dying on the shores, that we must be able to make aliens become residents or residents become citizens, that democracies have allowed for porous borders or open borders, that people have been given hospitality. And it's largely because people have raised these voices, people have become, have invoked this humanity, have invoked this cosmopolitan human, where we are citizens of the world, where we cannot continuously disperse, where we have to be hospitable to the other, we have to think about the other as one's brother or sister, that one goes back to this idea of people themselves asserting and rewriting the laws. And so it's not the juridico-political logic of the nation state or cities of refuge, but people themselves, through writing, through speaking out, that we can become more democratic. And so therefore she says that democracies require porous border. And so therefore she says that in fact this idea of the cosmopolitical is the emergence of a new political configuration, where new forms of agency in the people themselves can actually be reinscribed. And so therefore, for her, the idea of cosmopolitanism or hospitality is not nation-driven, not city-driven, but people-driven. And that is what she goes on to, that is what she goes on to talk about. And so I won't really spend much more time on this, and instead, because I don't want to take up too much time, but instead what I will do is that I will, having talked a little bit about what Kant had to say about the nation and hospitality, or what Derrida had to say about cities and hospitality, and what Sela Ben-Habib has to say about people and hospitality, I will instead jump to, since this conference primarily wants to look at nation and literature and culture and globalization and its and its interlinkages and its entangled kind of orientation in some senses, then I will now jump to Tagore, and I'm sure many of you, of course, here are fairly well aware of Tagore and Tagore's very important essays on nationalism, which was published in 1917, and it is more than 100 years back. And it's almost as if the ghost of nationalism and what Tagore had to say about nationalism is something which talks to our times even more clearly and more sharply than ever before. And so therefore I will discuss some of the quotes from Tagore's own volume and the argument that he makes about how we have to eschew certain notions of nation and nationalism, as lest we fall into or lapse into certain kind of parochial sectarianism, that one should probably invoke Tagore now. And it's very interestingly that Tagore begins the first essay in this volume, which is called Nationalism in the West. And if I read a quote from there, he says, "Neither the colorless vagueness of cosmopolitanism nor the fierce self-idolatry of nation worship is the goal of human history." So he, while looking at nationalism in the West, primarily goes on to say that the goal of human history has to be, of course, able to abrogate both, not the idea of simple, idolatry of nation worship, nor even some vague idea of cosmopolitanism. And so, of course, Tagore equidistances himself from both the idea of parochial nationalism as also the idea of vague cosmopolitanism. And instead, what he goes on to say, and his own views about nation, and especially that is something which he discusses in his third essay in this volume, which is called Nationalism in India, where he goes on to say, and I'll read a quote from there. He says, "I'm not against one nation in particular, but against the general idea of all nations. What is the nation? It is the aspect of a whole people as an organized power. this organization incessantly keeps up the insistence of the population to become strong, to becoming strong and efficient. But this strenuous effort after strength and efficiency drains man's energy from his higher nature, where he is self-sacrificing and creative. End quote. Now, this is a very important and telling comment, because what he goes on to say is that he's not against one nation in particular, that he's talking about nation in the West or nationalism in India, etc., but he's primarily asking us to think about that what is the idea of the nation itself, where he says that as an organized power, what this organized power incessantly keeps insisting for the population to do is to become strong and efficient. And of course, this drains man's energy. Now, we've seen that the rhetoric of the nation has become even stronger than ever before all over the world, not just here, but all over the world. Let's make US great again, or let's make ourselves great again. So this whole idea of strong and being strong and efficient, etc., ultimately, and of course, on the other hand, we also see the undermining of other nations, be it whatever nations that one can think about, and which are struggling to be nations in some senses, in the name of some nations trying to be strong and efficient. Ultimately, the principle of hospitality, the principle of other regardingness, the principle of being citizens of the world, the principle of being hospitable towards the other, the principle of being human in some senses, gets sacrificed at the altar of this strength, this idea of being a strong nation in some senses. And so therefore what Tagore establishes is that there are of course some people of the world who are nations, and what they try to do is to convert other peoples of the world who are not nations into nations. And so therefore this rhetoric of nation and nationalism makes others who don't necessarily think only in terms of the strong and robust nation also fall in line for this lure of this sectarian claiming unto oneself the identity of a nation. And so what he's instead trying to say is that though there might be nations which don't think of themselves as this strong, robust idea of the nation, but there might be nations which are hospitable to the others, which are democratic, which are open, which are porous borders, which give refuge to others, believe in the general idea of the cosmopolitical other regardingness in that sense, rather than falling in the lure for becoming the strong and efficient idea of the nation. He says that we must be able to resist the idea of the nation of this kind, because he says that this idea of the nation is almost like a machine. And in fact, Tagore, almost being critical of Kant's idea of perpetual peace, shows how this agreement between nations, far from bringing hospitality and peace, actually results in the marginalization of non-nations people. And in fact, I will quote Tagore from Nationalism in the West, and and I'll just quote from him. He says, "You say these machines will come into an agreement for their mutual protection, based upon a conspiracy of fear. But will this federation of steam boilers supply you with a soul which has her conscience and her God? What is to happen to that larger part of the world where fear will have no hand in restraining you? Whatever safety they now enjoy, those countries of no nation, from the unbridled license of forge and hammer and turn screw, results from the mutual jealousy of the powers. But when, instead of being numerous separate machines, they become riveted into one organized gregariousness of gluttony, commercial and political, what remotest chance of hope will remain for those others who have lived and suffered, have loved and worshipped, have thought deeply and worked with meekness, but whose only crime has been that they have not organized?" End quote. Now, of course, this is a very important and telling comment in today's time, because what he's trying to say is that those nations which, in the name of robustness and becoming stronger and more efficient, will try to convert all others because of their own gluttony of commercial and political kind, of trying to convert everybody into this particular logic of becoming strong, etc., etc. And we've seen this, isn't it? I mean, how across nations, across commercial interests, across political power, people come together. The Epstein files is really something which lays bare before us how these organizations can come together and can sacrifice nations and sovereignty of nations at the altar of serving commercial and these kind of trade interests. So rather than actually being beneficent to the nations, they can actually sacrifice the idea of nation. And so therefore, what is this nation, this machinery that one is trying to almost hold on to and to make great in some senses? And so rather than talking of nationalism and like sectarianism as the ideal that India should espouse, Tagore actually makes hospitality and tolerance of diversity as the prime goal that India has had and should continue to cherish. And so, if you look at Tagore and what Tagore has to say in Nationalism in India, and I'll quote from him, he says, India is too vast in its area and too diverse in its races. It is many countries packed in one geographical receptacle. Be it said to the credit of India that this diversity was not her own creation. She's had to accept it as a fact from the beginning of her history. In America and Australia, Europe has simplified her problem by almost exterminating the original population. Even in the present age, the spirit of extermination is making itself manifest by hospitably shutting out aliens through those who themselves were aliens in the lands they now occupy. But India tolerated differences of races from the first, and that spirit of toleration has acted all through her history. End quote. Now, this, of course, is very important because what he says is that, for instance, in America and Australia, Europe, when it would have colonized those nations, would have exterminated the original population. But in India, the original population, the first peoples or the original inhabitants of the lands or the Adivasis or those who belong to that land have continued to survive and to live and to thrive and to flourish. And so it's not that somehow India is a great country which is always trying to be somehow hospitable to the other, but by virtue of the fact that it is so diverse that it has had to be hospitable to different races, to different people, to different communities, to different religion, to different foods, to different practices, to different writings and cultures, etc., etc. And that is why the spirit of toleration has been the cornerstone of India in that sense. And today, and of course, this he was writing in 1919. We're talking about the World War and the danger of the World War, etc., etc. But we are poised precisely at that juncture in 2026, where we are seeing that there is the idea of the spirit of extermination, which is there being talked about, and one is talking about strong borders and strong trade ties, etc., etc. It's almost as if 100 years later we are exactly confronting the same kind of problems about shutting out aliens and who's an alien and who's a citizen and who's wanted and who's not wanted, and Indians being attacked in Australia or facing whatever persecution in America, etc. And so therefore the idea of this ugly sectarian parochialism again coming to us in 2026, and so therefore, considering how true this quote of Tagore rings true for our today's troubled sectarian times, where intolerance and fundamentalism threatens the very foundation of what we prided ourselves of being and continue to be, which is that we must be non-identitarian, and that is exactly what literature and culture allows us to do, that one must, of course, hark back to Tagore and what Tagore has had to say. And so therefore, having talked about Kant, having talked about Derrida, having talked about Salah Ben Habib, and having talked about how what Tagore had to say about nation and nationalism is so important for our current times, I will move to the last part of my presentation and I will go to Gugi Ba Thiongo. And the reason why I will go to Gugi Ba Thiongo is because Gugi Ba Thiongo, as I'm sure many of you who are from literature and culture are aware, that Gugi Ba Thiongo is often aligned when we think about post-colonial studies as someone who's aligned with a certain kind of a person who gave up, of course, abrogated his Christian name, took to his native name, abrogated writing in English, took to writing in Gikuyu, and so therefore he would become an important voice for a certain kind of anti-colonial national struggle against a certain kind of a colonial history, and so therefore he would become a very important voice who one would hold on to. But while we may know about all his plays and when we may know about his writings like Decolonizing the Mind, etc., etc., and all that, what I wanted to do was to turn to his later works and to think about how he tried to respond to what happens to the nation under globalization. And so therefore I will turn to his 2010 work. Basically these are René Wellek lectures which he had given on critical theory in 2010, which was subsequently published in 2012 by Columbia University Press, which is called, the title of the book that he published is called Globalectics, Theory and Politics of Knowing. Many of us are familiar with Gugi Ba Thiongo's plays or his novels or even his children's writing or his prose works like Decolonizing the Mind, etc., etc. But I'm not very sure how many of us might be aware of this particular very important work of his, which is called Globaletics and Theory and Politics of Knowing. And the reason why I'm turning to this is because, as you can make out already, from the title of the book itself, which is called Globaletics, it's a portmanteau work between global and dialectics. And so, since he's someone who did think of nation as a fulcrum through which one could launch anti-colonial struggles, how this nation has to deal with the idea of globalization and how one has to respond to the idea of globalization and what role does literature and culture have, I thought that it will be best for me to probably end my presentation by talking a little bit about Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Now, I'm not going to talk about everything that he discusses, but I will talk about what he has to say about globaletics. So let me read a quote from this particular work of his, and let me read this quote for you to explain what he means by the term globaletics. And so in his introduction, which is called Riches of Poor Theory, he says, and I'll quote, "Globaletics is derived from the shape of the globe. On its surface, there is no one center. Any point is equally a center. As for the internal center of the globe, all points on the surface are equidistant to it, like the spokes of a bicycle wheel that meet at the hub. Globaletics combines the global and the dialectical to describe a mutually affecting dialogue or multilogue in the phenomena of nature and nurture in a global space that's rapidly transcending that of the artificially bounded as nation and region. Globaletics embraces wholeness, interconnectedness, equality of potentiality of parts, tension, and motion. It is a way of thinking and relating to the world, particularly in the era of globalism and globalization." Now, it is very interesting, end quote. It is very interesting, which is that he's talking about globaletics as a portmanteau term of global and dialectics in that sense, where it is not a dialogue, but it is a multi-logue. So obviously one is not talking about, only two parties but multi, which is multi-logue. And that is what he's talking about. Globaletics is primarily a multi-logue, a multi-conversation, and not just conversation between nations, because as he says that nation is artificially bounded, region is artificially bounded, but primarily a multi-logue between nature and nurture. So he's in fact invoking the idea of planetarity. So not just the idea of region or cities or nations or the globe itself, but the idea of the planet, which is much larger than the globe in that sense. And so he's talking about this multilogue between nature and nurture. And of course, in this day of climate change, one necessarily, of course, has to talk about interconnectedness or tension or motion, etc., which goes beyond the city or the nation, etc., but instead to talk about nature and nurture and about the planet itself. And so therefore we see that his 2010 work or 2012 work actually moves away from his early orientation about nation and nationalism to embrace and at least to respond to the era of globalism and globalization. And so he invokes the category of globaletics. And I'll spend a little bit of time talking about globaletics. What he goes on to say is, and I will quote from the third chapter of this book, which is called Globalectical Imagination, the World in the Post-Colonial. What he goes on to say in this particular work of his is that what will this future literature or culture look like? And he says that this future literature and culture will have to embrace the idea of world literature. And he says that the idea of world literature is of course not new, and we know this, which is that Goethe, had in any case had talked about the idea of world literature, the idea of Welt literature, which is, of course, a German idea. Even Karl Marx and Engels had talked about that how individual nations become national one-sidedness or narrow-mindedness is impossible, and instead one has to talk about the numerous national and local literatures have to give rise to what they call world literature. So, of course, that is something which has been talked about. But what is interesting is that Ngugi wa Thiong'o invokes that the idea of world literature, especially in 2010 when he is giving these lectures, has to embrace the idea of the post-colonial. And what he goes on to say is that that ultimately the reason why post-colonial is the most representative of world literature is, and I quote from him, he says, the post-colonial is inherently outward-looking. inherently international in its very constitution in terms of themes, languages, and the intellectual formation of the writers, it would be quite productive to look at world literature, though not exclusively, through post-coloniality. So for him, post-colonial, so unlike, let's say, for example, national literatures, which are local, regional, inward-looking, quite satisfied with their own orientation, post-colonial literature always reaches out to the other. It is international. It is of another language. It gets translated. It talks about another language, another theme, etc., etc. And so, therefore, post-colonial literature is truly representative of world literature in that sense. And in fact, what he goes on to say is even more important about what he goes on to say about the post-colony. He says the post-colony should not be located in third world. Often we think that there is the erstwhile colonial world and there the erstwhile colonized world. And so what is the post-colonial? The post-colonial are the erstwhile third world, so the global south in that sense. But he says that the post-colonial is not to be located in the third world. The first world is as much post-colonial as the third world is. And so therefore, what he goes on to say, and if I look at a quote from him, so he says, in reality, the post-colonial is not simply located in the third world. Literally rooted in the intertextuality of products from all corners of the globe, its universalist tendency is inherent in its very relationship to historical colonialism and its globe for a theatre. The post-colonial is at the heart of the constitution of Goethe's world literature, and even in theory, it indeed constitutes the non-imperial heart of the modern and the postmodern. So he says that if you have to understand the idea of this other regardingness, where I had begun by saying that literature dislocates you and makes you reach to another world, to another time, to another place. This is exactly what the post-colonial is, that the post-colonial has the tendency to be able to reach out to other places, to open up another world, to another time, to tell you about what happens in Fiji or in Latin America or whatever, etc., etc. And so therefore, it is so if you have to understand modern or postmodern writing or literature or culture, the non-imperial part, not the imperial modern and postmodern, but the non-imperial part is something which is represented by the post-colonial. And so if world literature has to be inhabited by anything, it has to be inhabited by the post-colonial in that sense. And so therefore, what he goes on to say is that we have to embrace this idea of post-colonial. And I'll read a couple of quotes from him, which are really telling in that sense of what I'm trying to say. He says, and I quote him, he says, works of imagination are amazingly anti-national, even where the author may think she or he is espousing national themes. People identify with a good tale and the characters, irrespective of the tale's region of origins. Like a mirror or a camera, a work of art may reveal more than consciously intended. Works of imagination refuse to be bound within national geographies. They leap out of nationalist prisons and find welcoming fans outside the geographic walls. But they can also encounter others who want to put them back within the walls, as if they were criminals on the loose. Equally important, if not more so, are approaches to the text, how we read it. Do we want to welcome it, or do we want to put it back into prison, or even a new prison? And so the question arises, do we want to free and be freed by the text? It depends on how we read it and what baggage we bring to it. To release the worldliness in all its multifaceted character, it's perhaps better to read literature, any literature, through a globalistic vision. And so what he's trying to say is that howsoever rooted a tale might be in its region of origin, ultimately all texts have to be anti-national if they have to find readers outside their own nationality. And so any good literature, any good tale, any good character, any good story is able to transcend itself beyond its own region or its own location. So whether it is an Orhan Pamuk, whether it is whosoever, whichever author, a Japanese author, or whosoever, a Fijian author or a Italian author or whichever kind of an author, ultimately they have to leap out of nationalist prison and find welcoming fans outside their geographic walls. And of course, what he says is that there are readings which we do to try to do of these texts. We either try to put them back into prisons, or we can be free or freed by the text. So he's inviting us to have a globalectical vision where, rather than fall into parochial national kind of responses, we allow ourselves to embrace the worldliness of the text, the planetariness of the text, and to be able to free ourselves through the text. And so therefore, we must be able to read literature, any literature, through this idea of a globalectic vision. And so therefore, towards the very end, what he, of course, goes on to try to say, he says that Of course, there's no doubt about the fact that there is linguistic feudalism which exists, where there are certain languages which are considered, few European languages like English, French, Russian, German, etc., as superior, and languages which belong to the global South, Asia, Africa, Latin America, Indigenous America, etc., as inferior. But what he goes on to say is that he says that, and I'll quote this one quote from here. He says, the pedagogical organization of literature should reflect that a sense of common heritage of simultaneously talking and giving assumed by a network. Central to the pedagogical enterprise is the practice of translation. Translation is the language of languages. It opens the gates of national and linguistic prison. It is thus one of the most important allies of world literature and global consciousness. So what he goes on to say is that even if there's a hierarchy of languages, and we know that historically there is a hierarchy of languages, there is linguistic feudalism, but we can break linguistic feudalism by deploying the tool of translation, because translation is a very important ally in this global times, in this time of embracing the idea of world literature, where we can open the gates of national and linguistic prisons and open languages, literatures, cultures to receiving, and of course, to open to also receiving others. And so, therefore, being other regarding, being hospitable to the other, to being giving, accepting asylees and refugees in writing, in literature and culture. And so, therefore, practicing this whole idea of the cosmopolitical in writing and literature. And so, I will end by reading the last quote from him, where he says, "Globalectics becomes the way of reading world literature. Globalectical reading means breaking open the prison house of imagination built by theories and outlooks that would seem to signify the content within is classified, open only to a few. This involves declassifying theory in the sense of making it accessible as a tool for clarifying interactive connections and interconnections of social phenomena and their mutual impact in the local and global space." End quote. Now, so of course, what he goes on to say is that globalectics therefore becomes a way of reading world literature today, where one should be able to break open the prison house of imagination, and whatever received traditions of theories, of lenses through which we read literature and culture might be, of how we try to classify things as writings from the Northeast, or a Kashmiri writing, or writings from a nation, or from global South or South Asian, etc., one should be able to declassify, and as gatekeepers of literature, one should be able to make and embrace this idea of being hospitable to other literatures, other cultures. If we really have to become, not only declassify, certain received tradition that we've got, but to be able to also embrace this idea of being hospitable to other refugees, to other asylees, to other writings, and to other cultures, in order to be able to respond to this challenge of a certain kind of parochialism, a certain kind of sectarianism, which nationalism and globalization may offer us. And so, therefore, to be able to, in fact, cull out a globalectical kind of a vision, which will be able to make us embrace the idea of a multilogical dialogue across this particular spectrum. So, I will end here, and thank you so much for your patience in hearing me speak, and I'll be happy to engage in a discussion if there are any questions or if there are any responses. Thank you so much for your patience, and thanks for listening to me. And thank you, of course, to Charna for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas today. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can you hear me? Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful deliberation. You took us to Kant and his idea of the nation, conditional one, and then you took us to Derrida's idea of the city as a place for refugee, and then Ben Habib. Then you took us to Thiago and all of this, and finally global ethics. Thank you very much. If the audience has any questions or anything, any comment to make, please feel free. And then Tagore, of course, I forgot Tagore's idea of nationalism and cosmopolitical and cosmopolitanism. If anyone has any question to both our chief guest, Ajay Sahu sir, and Madam Simi Malhotra, please feel free to ask. Anything? Yes. Ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, okay, okay. So you can unmute yourself and then please respond to all these questions. We have a couple of questions, so yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you hear me, please, ma'am? Am I audible? Am I audible, madam? Ma'am, am I audible? Okay, ma'am. It's actually wonderful presentation. Very clearly, you have uh, discussed on various aspects of nation, the trajectory of nation from city states to the modern nation state, the evolution of the nation in various parts of the globe. That is what absolutely overwhelming. We could collect many essence from your deliberation. Being the student political science, I could able to get two important things from your deliberations, as you have emphasized on how toleration is being very, very important aspect of nation building, or so to say nationalism. In addition to that, you have also meticulously discussed on the aspect of hospitality. Looking into the present geopolitical setup and the present changing scenario of the entire landscape of the globe, how do you place these two very, very important elements, as you have explained in your paper, hospitality and tolerance? To me, I believe that there is lack of political tolerance, not only among the nations, but also among the people. And looking into the aspect of refugee as one of the very, very effective global issue affecting the entire human race today, the agony refugees are facing different countries, and even if the people, those who are migrating from one place to another place, once they migrate from their homeland to the host land, they are also facing lot many hassles. So keeping all these things in mind, how do you see that in this changing global scenario, the ethical aspect of political institutions, as you have very clearly mentioned about Immanuel Kant, giving emphasis on ethical aspect of the state. Every state must carry the values. But there is a very, very clear visibility now across the planet. The value is lacking, tolerance is lacking, political integrity is lacking, and so also political tolerance is lacking. So how do you interpret this? What is your stand in the present geopolitical setup? Please, ma'am.
I think what you've asked is probably the most important question, not just for this conference, but I think for our times. And I'm really grateful that you've articulated this question, because I think this is what troubles all of us. And in whatever we do in universities, whatever we teach, this is a question that we have to respond to, irrespective of whichever discipline that we belong to, whether it's in political science or in literature, because ultimately, what is the purpose of education if it is not going to make us more humane? And so you're absolutely right. And the reason, and you see, it's just precisely because I'm trying to respond to our current times, where we are seeing that it's not that if you that you can buy peace by having trade deals. We've seen this in our own context of what is happening with the US, whatever has been happening globally in terms of how there is a certain kind of a premium which is being put on the economic trade deals being probably something which will be able to achieve or buy some sort of peace. And this was exactly the argument that was forwarded by Kant. And that is why I began by Kant, because Kant is the one who had forwarded this argument that because of trade ties, one will have to achieve the idea of peace, and we'll be able to tolerate each other, etc., etc. But we are seeing that that was not the case, because obviously Kant's vision, or this idea of perpetual peace, was not perpetual. I mean, it is. I mean, the world was hardly peaceful in the 20th century. We had world wars, and the world is hardly at peace today, in spite of all the trade deals, in spite of all the economic cooperation which might be required, etc., etc. And so, therefore, it is precisely to be able to puncture this narrative that somehow, if we privilege the idea of trade deals, that will be able to make us buy peace. Is not the case. That was not the case when Kant was writing it. That was not the case in 20th century. That is certainly not the case in 21st century. And that is why I took recourse to Salah Ben Habib, and I held Salah Ben Habib as an answer, because Salah bin Habib, when she goes on to talk about democratic iterations or repetitions by the people, or democratic agency of the people, she gives because it's not the nation states who will think about peace, or those who are the governmental functionaries who are thinking about peace. It is us people who have to think about peace, and therefore one has to rest that authority or agency unto the people. And as she goes on to say that it is, and we've seen that in the past also, it is precisely when people have risen up in different parts of the world against whatever authoritarian practices might be it not giving refuge to asylees who may be landing on the shores of the seas, and people from within the nation states rising up and saying that no, we are human, and as humans we have to be able to accept other humans and accept them as refugees. Or there might be people in cities who might be getting up and saying that you cannot rob people of citizenship who've been citizens of this particular country and send forces to be able to put them in detention centers, etc., etc. We've seen that it's people who have who've got up against these kind of articulations and iterations. And so therefore it's very important to puncture not only the narrative of perpetual peace, which is forwarded in the name of trade deals and nation states, etc., etc., and instead parallelly to also empower people to be able to take on the very important task, not just political but also ethical and moral stance of developing peace and being hospitable and to the other. And we've seen those cases of all kinds of cases in our own country, in other countries, where people, in spite of belonging to whatever religion, whatever community, have stood up against their own communities in being hospitable to the other, in being other regarding in that sense. And that is our only hope, because ultimately, as Salah Ben Habib also said, that one cannot infinitely disperse. Every people cannot find new land for themselves and make peace there. Ultimately, we have to be able to live with each other, and if we don't live with, and we have to not just be able to live with each other through cooperation against all kinds of onslaughts, but also to be able to also live in harmony with nature, because otherwise there is also not just the anthropocentric view, but there's also the post anthropocentric idea of being able to live with other inhabitants of the planet. And especially today in times of climate change, where one can be on the verge of extinction if we do not respond, or our own humanity being challenged not just by climate change but also by technology, for instance, where literature and culture is not just only produced by humans anymore, but also by AI in that sense. So of course, there is a technological singularity which also looms hard, which is also talking about what is it to be human today again. And so when we are encountered with these kind of onslaughts, these kind of behemoths, if we do not take recourse to these democratic iterations by the people themselves, and it is not something that does not bring about change. Ultimately, what changes the course of history of the most authoritarian times, of the most troubling times, if we look back to the past, it's precisely these kind of changes which actually bring about those changes, and that is what is remembered. So, I mean, it might seem like an idealistic and a utopian kind of a response, but one has to have faith and belief that things will change, that probably things do change. So that's my response. I don't know if that really satisfies you or not, but that's what I would say. And I will also respond to the question which has been asked by Sanjeev Sahu. Within contemporary negotiations of nationalism and globalization, or do material urban spaces or digitally mediated environments offer more inclusive frameworks of identity, and how should we assess their differing claims of authenticity and belonging? Well, I mean, what I would say is that I think one cannot think of digitally mediated environments as being more inclusive. In fact, more and more we are seeing that digitally mediated environments, especially because of the algorithms and the kind of algorithms and the choices that are made by the algorithms, will create echo chambers for us, where in our own echo chambers we will exist. And so therefore it is as partitive, as exclusive, as exclusionary, as any other domain. And so the digital is not some panacea or some promised world which will liberate us in that sense. I mean, the digital is a reflection, in fact, probably a fairly blatant reflection of all the militarist, all the capitalist, all the gluttonous kind of logic coming together in some senses, which mobilizes our emotions, our intensities, because of profit interest. And that is exactly what this surveillance capitalism or this attention economy, which is trying to rob which is of course trying to buy our attention and make us, part of this doom scrolling idiom is, which is not to say that therefore the spectrum or this particular tool cannot be used for democratic iterations. Of course it can be. We've seen that how social media has been used or deployed against its own logic to be able to also mobilize forces, whether it was during the Arab Spring or whether it was at different points of time and different crises, etc., or feminist causes and things like that. But to assume that somehow digitally mediated environments by themselves are conditioned to be inclusive is not certainly the case. We have to become nodes in that algorithm to be able to change that algorithm, to be able to make that algorithm work for us, because otherwise the algorithm works according to the logic for which the algorithm has been built, which is precisely to be able to monetize our attention, to be able to surveil us, to be able to make us into commodities, including as data. So so I don't know if that answers the question or not, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, ma'am. So we are running short of time for another session. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for accepting our invitation. And we will be in touch. If there are any other queries, I'm going to mail you and get the answer from you also. So thank you for being with us. We're going to just close the keynote session. Thank you. We are going to to our next session, which is the plenary one, and for that we have two speakers. I'm going to hand over the session to be moderated by our very own faculty member, Ms. Anisha Abbas, to start the session.
The earth is but one country and mankind its citizens, reminding us of the tension between global citizenship and national loyalty in our era. And therefore, we all gather here to discuss the tension between global citizenship and national loyalty in our era. A very enthusiastic afternoon, one and all present over here. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, faculty, scholars, and students. I, Anisha Abbas, lecturer, Department of English, Mahanikeshwari University, take great privilege to welcome you all to the first plenary session of our two-day national seminar on nation, nationality, and nationalism in a globalized world, negotiating citizenship and national identity in literature, popular culture, and media. This plenary session will be chaired by Dr. Jharna Rani Dangda Maji, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Mahanikeshwari University. To enrich us with a better understanding of the seminar topic, we have Dr. Shazia Khan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Malla Reddy University, Hyderabad, and Dr. Lahiri Behra, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Government DAV College, Koraput. May I request our chairperson and the plenary speakers to please preside over the dais? Thank you, ma'ams. Before diving deep into the discussion, I would like to take the privilege of introducing our chair and the plenary speakers first. Starting with the chair of the session, Dr. Jharna Rani Dangda Maji, Assistant Professor, Mahanikeshwari University. She has completed her MPhil and PhD from Center for English Studies within the School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Jharna has 12 years of teaching experience at Gargi College, University of Delhi, and Gangadhar Meher University, Sambalpur. Her research area includes translation studies, feminist translation theories, and women's writing. She has presented 25 papers at national and international conference, published 10 research articles and book chapters, including in Translogos and Translation Today journal by National Translation Mission. Authored a book titled The Forbidden World, Translating the Worlds of Odia Women, 2022, and co-edited the book titled Vulnerability and Resistance, Perspectives from Language, Literature and Culture, 2025. She is also a certified master trainer in Indian Knowledge System appointed by UGC and IKS Division, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and served as a resource person on IKS at MMTC, HRDC in various national and state university. Moving ahead, I would like to introduce to you the first speaker of the session, Dr. Shazia Khan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Malla Reddy University, Hyderabad. She is going to share her ideas on the topic, Unarchiving the Unheard, Digital Survival of Indo-Caribbean Diasporic Muslim Musical Traditions. Dr. Shazia Khan is a research affiliate and alumna of the University of Hyderabad. Her interdisciplinary research spans diaspora studies, post-colonial literature, and cultural studies with a focus on the intersection of music, gender, identity, and nationalism. She critically examines how diasporic and transnational communities articulate, contest, and reimagine national belongings through cultural forms such as literature, film, popular music, and digital media. Moving ahead, I would like to introduce the second speaker of the session, Dr. Lehri Behera, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Government, DAV College, Koraput. And she is going to share her ideas on the topic, Imagining Women in the Nationalistic India, Mapping Culture, Politics, and Cinema. Dr. Lehri Behera completed master's degree in English literature from Utkal University, Odisha in the year 2008, with a gold medal for best academic performance. She started her research with MPhil and PhD at Pondicherry Central University under the supervision of H. Kalpana in the year 2009. Her area of research was representation of sexual violence in women's writings, and she obtained a doctorate in the year 2016. She has served as assistant professor in institutions like Women's Christian College, Chennai, and St. Joseph's College, Bangalore. At present, she is an assistant professor in Government College, Koraput, Odisha. Her academic area of interest includes gender and violence, women's writings and autobiographies, studying culture in everyday practices. Now, without further delay, I would like to hand over the session to our chairperson, Dr. Jharna Rani Dangdamaji. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Organizers of this two-day national seminar on nationality and nationalism in a globalized world, negotiating citizenship and national identity in the literature, popular culture, and media. Thank you so much, organizers. My guide, and it is because of him and his mentorship and constant encouragement his nurturing nature towards students, a student today has turned into a scholar. So thank you so much, sir. My name is Shazia Khan, as you all know. Ma'am has introduced me already. And today I'm going to take you into a world that exists in the shadow of both national archives and digital platforms. Now, the sonic traditions of the Indo-Caribbean diasporic Muslims, that's what we're going to discuss today. This is a story about sound, survival, and the unexpected ways that communities under erasure fights back. It's a story that moves from 19th century sugar plantation to 21st century telegram channels, from colonial police firing on mourners to algorithm flagging devotional music as spam. Now, let me set the scene for you first. It was May 2020. The world was in lockdown. A young woman in Trinidad, she takes footage of Jose, which is commonly known as Muharram or Tajia in India. She takes the footage of Jose procession she had saved from previous year of the mourners, and she overlays it with a track by Jamaican dancehall artist known as Coffee Toast. A song about resilience.
So the Coffee Toast song is about resilience and making something of yourself against odds. And she uploads a 45 seconds video. 45 seconds, that's all. Within hours, the video has crossed oceans. It's being shared in Karachi, where conservatives cleric calls it haram or forbidden. It's been debated in Brooklyn Islamic forums, and here's the twist. It's also being condemned by Muslims in Guyana, just a few hundred miles from where it was made. The question is, why? Because for some of them, Jose itself, or what we call as Muharram, this century-old Muharram tradition is already too much, too syncretic, too folk. They want to purge it in its pursuit of a purer global Islam. By day 3, TikTok removes the video, saying that it has violated community guidelines on religious sensitivity. But here's what happened. The video did not disappear. It resurrected. Within days, it was circulating in encrypted Telegram channels, in WhatsApp groups, in private forums, where young Indo-Caribbean Muslims gather in Trinidad, in Guyana, in Toronto, in New York, and in all those diasporic spaces, a different kind of conversation was happening. Not is it haram, but what does it mean that this exists? Not is this disrespectful, but is this, or could this be, how we survive? This was the question that was going on in all those forums. Now this is the paradox I want you to hold on for next 20 minutes. These traditions are not only marginalized by a dominant system of cultural memory, museums, archives, textbooks, but also censored by the very digital platforms that diasporic communities now depends on to keep them alive. The same platforms that take down videos become the only space where those videos can live across borders. The same algorithms that silence the sound became the wall that communities learned to slip through, from the Caribbean to its diasporic extensions in North America and beyond. My argument today is this. The Indo-Caribbean diasporic Muslim youth are not merely preserving their heritage. They are engaged in what I call as sonic insurrection, which means transforming musical fusion into cultural alchemy, where remix becomes a radical strategy, where drumbeat becomes a banner that travels from plantation to platforms, from Georgetown to Toronto. We're going to trace three kinds of erasure today. First, talks about state suppression. Second, talks about Hindu-centric diaspora narrative. And third is the algorithmic silencing. Then we'll follow the sound into the digital underground, where something remarkable is happening across Indo-Caribbean diaspora. But first, we need to understand what is being erased over here. And to do so, we have to go back, way back in the history. So between 1838 and 1917, right after the abolition of slavery, the British Empire transported over 500,000 Indians to the Caribbean as indentured laborers, and they were documented as coolies. They were brought to work on sugar plantation in Trinidad, British Guyana, which is now called as Guyana, Suriname, and other colonies. Among them, there were Muslims. Scholars estimate that Muslims constitute between 14 to 16% of the indentured workforce. That is equivalent to tens and thousands of people, uprooted from what is now Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Bengal. Now imagine you're one of those laborers. You have lost your land. Your language is marked as foreign. Your gods are not the gods of your overseer. What do you carry? Notebooks? Most couldn't read, not land, because that was left behind. But sound. Sound travels in the body. Rhythm lives in the hands, and melody lives in the throat. What emerged in the Caribbean was what I call a sonic palimpsest. Layer upon layer of memory, pain, resistance, migration, and devotion. Now let's focus on the three streams in particular. The first stream is Tassa drumming. During Muharram, the month of mourning of Imam Hussain martyrdom at Karbala, Indo-Caribbean Muslims would take out processions called Jose, as I've already explained. The Tassa drum would thunder through the street. It was, and it is, a form of mourning, of witness, of solidarity with oppressed. The rhythm came from India, but they mixed with sounds of the Caribbean, with percussions of enslaved African on neighboring plantations. The second stream is the ghazals. In Guyanese home in Trinidadian parlors, people preserve and safeguard Urdu poetry, melancholic verses about love and loss and divine, sung in kitchen, passed down through families. The scholars like Alia Khan in her book Far from Mecca documents how these traditions become site of what she calls as Folaman identity, a performative Indo-Caribbean Muslim subjectivity that troubles simple narratives of creolization. And the third stream that we're going to discuss is the devotional hymns, which is Noah's, Nath, and Soz. These are basically lamentation and praises in the form of hymns and chants, and many of them are centuries old, memorized and transmitted orally through and across generations. And here's what's crucial. These weren't preserved in amber. They fused. They became something new. For instance, Tassa drums started showing up at Hindu weddings in the Caribbean. Ghazals absorbed Caribbean cadence. The result was unique sonic alchemy, Islamic devotional practices meeting Bhojpuri folk culture, meeting African Caribbean musical sensibility. Isn't that miraculous? And then, in the late 20th century, another migration began. Indo-Caribbeans moved to Toronto, to New York, to London. They carried these songs with them. Today, the Indo-Caribbean diaspora is not just in the Caribbean. It is in Richmond Hill, it is in Queens, it is in Ontario, it is in Southall, and the digital platforms that suppress these sounds also connect these dispersed communities. This is the archive we are talking about, not a liberty, not a collection of recordings in some university basement, a living, breathing, beating thing that spans hemisphere. But here's the problem. That archive has been under attack for over a century. Now, if I have to start talking about the three forms of erasure, I have to start with a story. A story about October 30th, 1884. In San Fernando, Trinidad, British colonial authorities had enough of Jose. For decades, they viewed these Muharram processions with suspicions. Thousands of laborers marching through the streets, drums pounding. It looked like insurrection. It sounded like insurrection. And maybe it was. One day, colonial police fired on Jose procession. Multiple people were killed. Wounded bodies were lying in the street. And the official record calls it the Jose massacre or the Jose riot, as if the violence began with the mourner. This was not an isolated incident. Throughout the colonial period, Muslim public expression was criminalized. Jose was banned, restricted, pushed to the margin. After independence, things little bit improved, but only partially. Here's the pattern. So Indo-Caribbean music genre like chutney soca, and Betha Gana eventually gained visibility in national festivals, but religious Muslim traditions, they explicitly the devotional ones, they were excluded. And here's where it gets really interesting and painful at the same time. Tassa drumming becomes a symbol of Indo-Caribbean identity. You'll hear it at carnival, you'll hear it at Hindu weddings, but its acceptance was contingent on something, detaching it from its Islamic root. Originally, Tassa was essential to Shia Muslim mourning. Now, to be a national symbol, it had to become secular. It had to forget where it came from. This is the first erasure, state suppression. Then state co-opted, but not only condition that the Islam disappears. Now the second narrative, the second erasure is Hindu-centric narrative. Now there's this, it comes from within the Indo-Caribbean community itself. Hindus make up the vast majority of the Indo-Caribbean population, and over the 20th century, the dominant culture discourse in Trinidad, Guyana, and Suriname increasingly reflects Hindu perspectives. Diwali became a national holiday. Phagwa, Holi, is celebrated in schools. Tourism campaigns also feature these festivals. Muharram, Jose, framed as community-based, ethnic-based. Sometimes still viewed through those old colonial stereotypes as potentially disruptive. But it's not just about festival, it's about how memory is curated. There's a poetic form called ghazal. It has deep roots in Arabic and Persian and Sufi tradition. It's a form of Islamic devotion as much as it's poetry. So in public exhibits, museum, cultural display, ghazals have occasionally been presented as Hindu devotional songs or Indian devotional songs. The Islamic heritage was completely erased. This pattern extends into the diaspora. In Toronto, where one of the largest Indo-Caribbean population outside the Caribbean now lives, community events often center Hindu festivals. Muslim organizations exist, but they are separate. The sonic traditions don't mix in public space the way they might have in the Caribbean. This pattern extends, this is, however, a remarkable archival resource that actually preserves these tradition with their proper citation. And I'm talking about the Digital Library of the Caribbean that contains recording made in 1962 by Alan Lomax in Carlo Village, Trinidad. These recordings document a traditional Indo-Trinidadian weddings with performance including tassa drumming, tan singing, women's songs, and crucially ghazals. The metadata correctly identifies the performer Sattar Mohammad, Naz Mohammad, Lal Singh. The instrumentation is listed as harmonium, bola drum, dhantal, mandolin. This is what proper documentation actually looks like when researchers take time to get it right. But such accurate documentation is exceptional. It's not a rule. More often, what Alia Khan identifies as the systematic marginalization of Muslim Caribbeans prevails. Muslims don't fit the tidy narrative of Indo-Caribbeans identity as Hindu plus secular. So Muslimness is either exoticized, Jose turned into a colorful spectacle for tourists, or suppressed, Islamic Muslim excluded from school curricula. Now, this brings us to the third kind of erasure, which talks about the algorithmic suppression. And this one was bought by, you remember the girl I was talking about who uploaded a 45 seconds video? Let's call her Trini Tassa Girl. In 2020, I conducted a pilot study, a forensic manual of 370 YouTube videos of Indo-Caribbean Muslim music. And here's what I found. YouTube automated a captioning system mislabeled 62% of Urdu lyrics as Hindi. Think about it. The algorithm literally couldn't tell the difference between two languages, couldn't hear the specificity of Muslim devotion and vocabulary. But it gets more specific. The word Mola, which is a term for God, for creator, it was transcribed as Mala, or a garland. 89% of the time, Mala is a Sanskrit word, which all of us know, it represents garland. The algorithm turned a cry to God into a Hindu flower offering. The word Haidari is a term for Imam Ali, became Hey Diary in 67% of the cases. Hey Diary, as if someone was addressing to their notebook. And here's the most telling number. Muharram ritual videos feature tassa drumming received 3 times more community guideline violation than videos featuring devotional songs with dholak drums. The algorithm flags Afro-Caribbean percussion as threatening in a way that it doesn't flag North Indian drumming. That is what I meant by algorithmic suppression. It is not a conspiracy. It is not some exclusive saying that delete Muslim content. No. It's accumulated bias of system trained on Western commercial music, on Hindu majority data set, on assumptions about what sounds safe and what sounds dangerous. On TikTok and Instagram, the pattern repeats. Audio detection system mutes tassa drumming, flagging it as a copyright violation. Ghazals and Sufi music gets removed as spam. Colonial administrator criminalized Jose as writers. Platforms now suppress its sound as glitch. The weapon has changed over the century, but the war still continues. And for diasporas, for the young diasporas in Toronto trying to find their grandfather's voice on YouTube, these glitches means silence. They mean disconnection from heritage. This brings us to the theoretical framework on which this entire research is based on. So before I discuss how communities are fighting back, let me give you 3 concepts to hold on to. Think of them as lenses through which we can understand what's happening across diaspora. The first lens is algorithmic marronage. You know the history of maroons? Anybody knows the history of maroons? So basically what happened was enslaved people who escaped plantation and formed independent communities in the mountain, in forest, beyond the reach of colonial power. The historian Richard Price documents this in his classic work, Maroon Society. I argue that contemporary Indo-Caribbean diasporic Muslim artists are doing something which is very similar to Maroon Society, but they're doing it in digital spaces. They are creating autonomous zones beyond algorithmic capture, encrypted Telegram channels connecting Trinidad to Toronto, deliberate unmonetized YouTube channels tagged for diaspora eyes only, subversive metadata tagging. I call this algorithmic marronage. Just as historical Maroons forged free settlement beyond colonial surveillance, contemporary artists employ tactical practice to safeguard Creolized rituals from erasure and transmit them across diasporic distance. The second lens is sonic tasbih. When artists create dance hall hybrids, they are not just making fusions or music, they are creating a form of rhythmic prayer. Tasbih is referred to praying beads and the repetition of divine name. Now, this music disrupts both Hindu-centric diaspora narrative and Islamophobic platform moderation. It's prayer as protest, and it travels. The third lens is counterpoetics of the digital. Theorists like Sylvia Wiener have written about colonized people who reconstruct their identity through language. So when young people circulate Urdu chutney on TikTok, when ghazals travel through WhatsApp from Georgetown to Toronto, they're building living archives across this. This isn't just fusion in some aesthetic sense. It's what Wiener might call a counterpoetics of digital, a decolonial data practice that weaponizes platform affordance to preserve what institutions have ignored and connect dispersed people. Now, let me just very briefly talk about the platform tactics. So let me discuss about the Telegram channel called Jose Encat. It has about 1,200 members from Trinidad, Guyana, Suriname, but also from Toronto, New York, London. And during Muharram 2023, the upload spiked by 300%. So the fascinating fact is 72% of those videos were posted between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Trinidad time. But here's the thing, for members in Toronto, that is 2 to 4 a.m. zone. And for London, this is 7 to 9 a.m. zone. The communities synchronized across time zones around this pre-dawn window. Now, I have a lot of things to talk about, but since I've gotten 5 minutes caution, so I have to sum it up. And let me go to the second tactic, which is the platform tactic. Now, imagine that you are that diasporic young girl or a young man who wants to listen to the voice or the stories that your grandfather or your grandmother were telling. So what is the first medium to connect with heritage? Mostly we go to YouTube, right? So what happens is creators do not ensure that their content reaches to this young man. They add 10 seconds of Shehnai. So they are basically trying to manipulate the algorithm itself, because they know that if they upload a Naat or a Soz or any religious devotional tradition, it will automatically either get violation flag or will be removed. So what they do is they have come up with this tactics where they add 10 seconds or an initial music which resembles either Hindu music or a non-Muslim music. So that way they are tackling the algorithm itself. So I would like to quote one of my respondent over here, and I'll call him Rahim, who lives in New York, and he said that calling Noha a poetry feels like a lie. But if that lie is the price for a young boy to hear it, then it's necessary lie. God understands the intention, unquote. The next platform tactic is about TikTok. Now, TikTok is a different beast altogether. So let's talk about how the artists, they fight back. The Trinitasa girl, you remember I was talking about? She teaches incorrect Tassa drummings on her channel in short videos, so that if someone wants to learn or know more about it, they have to go to her account and then follow and learn the heritage. Now, this is a sophisticated tactic. It recognizes that on platforms designed for rapid consumption, the most radical act might be to slow down, to demand attention, to refuse to let the culture be reduced to a 15 minutes clip or 15 seconds clip. And it creates a pathway for diaspora youth to move from casual consumption to genuine engagement. Now, I want to make sure that you understand that it's not only that this kind of safeguarding is happening on heritage or only online, it's also happening on offline, but in a very limited amount. So these are few platforms. For example, the Indus Voices, which was founded in 2009. And it allows people to gather and celebrate genres like ghazals and qasida competition. Another forum is the Anna Catherine Islamic Complex on West Coast, where annual qasida competition takes place. And this is what matters most for the diasporic frames, that these events, they draw attendees from Toronto, from New York, from London. Diaspora Muslims return home from them, or they watch recording later in diaspora spaces. The recordings circulate on WhatsApp, Telegram, and the digital and the offline feed each other. Now, since I have very less time, so these are few forums. I have curated some screenshots for you. These are few forums which basically allows diasporic Muslim music tradition to flourish and celebrate. This is the Cutlass magazine, and they have posted an image of a recording where almost all Islamic recordings were curated. Next is the Indus. Yeah, so this one is a Qawwali session going in procession, and most of the Qawwalis are basically borrowed from Bollywood or from Indian ghazal and Qawwali scene. The next one is a Qawwali, which basically is not a Qawwali, it's a Bollywood song that these two were singing. So I'm just gonna skip this. Okay, so I have very less time left. I'll just go directly to the conclusion. The digital soundscape of Indo-Caribbean diasporic Muslim creators compose what can only be called a living fatwa against erasure, where every encrypted telegram file connecting Trinidad to Toronto, every deliberate mislabeled YouTube uploads, and every failed TikTok tutorial constitute an act of sonic marronage that defies both state neglect and algorithmic suppression. This is not conservation. This is counter-insurgency across borders. This is not preservation in the museum sense, freezing something in numbers. This is what Guyanese ghazal singer call rhythm with resistance. The beat moves from plantation to platform, from Georgetown to Toronto, but the struggle remains the same. An elder drummer from Tunapur, a town in Trinidad, puts it to me this way, and I quote, "They used to arrest us for drumming in the street. Now they silence us online. The weapon changes, but the war continues. We just find darker corners and play louder, unquote. That's the image I want to leave with you. Darker corners, louder playing, across oceans, across platforms, across generation. The archive they're building isn't a grave, it's a grenade. Every upload pulls the pin. Every hashtag redirects, rewrites the rule of remembrance. Every encrypted hymn declares that silence is not an option, whether in the Caribbean or its diaspora. These sonic interventions reveal something crucial. Platforms are contested terrains, and diaspora is not a site of loss, but of transformation. Traditions just doesn't persist in digital spaces, it revolves through reinvention. It mutates to survive, it learns to hide, to mimic, to misdirect, to sabotage. And in doing so, it connects a people scattered across the globe. The drum holds both rhythm and resistance. And in the hand of these artists, even most hostile digital terrain becomes ground of what one musician called, and I'll end with this word here, the jihad of joyful noise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan, for such a wonderful, I was keenly listening to your presentation, and had it not been for time, I would have given you more time, actually. So thank you so much for articulating the historical silencing, or let's just say a kind of, epistemicide, a kind of epistemic death that happened to Indo-Caribbean Muslim, cultural tradition, with specific reference to music tradition, through various through various mechanisms, beginning with state apparatuses and Hindu diasporic narrative, and what in the digital space, algorithm is doing by mistranslating a lot of things, and how they are finding ways to survive, where even if it is required, if culture is abstracted from its religious base, and sometimes it is getting appropriated, it is getting mixed, secularized, neutralized, depoliticized for its survival. Thank you very much. How the same diasporic space, which can lead to silencing and erasure, can also lead to affirmative assertion for survival. Thank you. Such a wonderful presentation, actually. And if we have any questions related to that, we'll take it later on, because we have another speaker waiting for her waiting with her presentation. So we have with us my dearest friend from Master Days. We started our MA class. It's a privilege to have her here with us and introduce her, which she has been introduced, but I'm going to just invite her to speak. Dr. Lahari Behera, my first day MA friend. We shared the same hostel and now sharing the same days. So welcome, Lahari. Start your presentation.
Thank you, Jharna, and thank you, Manikeswari University, for this opportunity. I'm grateful to the Vice Chancellor and the organizing committee for inviting me over here. The topic I have selected is something that we do in our day-to-day life. We participate in such rhetoric in conversations. So I hope that everybody would be interested, though I'm the only one standing between you and the lunch. So the topic I have titled is Imaging Women in the Nationalistic India, Mapping Culture, Politics and Cinema. The central argument of my PPT, this presentation, was it's what shapes national identity that we have, and how do we define, how do we go about organizing national territory, and how does nationalism use and regulate women's bodies. So basically understanding women's role, women's situations, and the sort of positioning women in the debate on nationalism. It also looks at literature and cinema, which are used as sites of nationalistic imagination, because they feed our consciousness. It also looks at the politics of inclusion, exclusion, and belongingness as to who gets counted as nationalist, who is patriotic, who is Indian, and what things, what aspects doesn't make it look like Indian. And overall, this presentation would look at gender, this is mostly women, as a part of this entire nationalism debate. So the first thing that I'll be looking at is how do you define nation? Is it something that is based on a shared territory? We all share the same land. Or is it something based on language? People speaking the same language, trying to form a national territory for their identity? Is it something that is just done out of a political will because they want to be identified as a nation, though there may not be other things which makes them a single category? Is it based on ethnicity? Or is it something, as Partha Chatterjee says, something which grows out of the anti-colonial struggle? Meaning, before the colonialism, they did not identify themselves as a nation. For example, India situation, there would be different states or different communities who did not have a single identity, but because of the anti-colonial struggle, they all want to become identified as one single country. We have several theories, and I'm sure many of the students would be familiar with that, starting with Benedict Anderson and Ernest Gellner, who westernized Eurocentric theorists, who talk about the role of nationalism, something completely constructionist. It doesn't have a basis, a physical material basis, but something which is constructed for certain needs. For example, Benedict Anderson says that nationalism is an imagined community. People in the same part of the nation, they would not even never know each other. Whereas due to print capitalism, newspaper, they do identify themselves, like calendar, they do identify themselves as Indian, as German. And going to Ernest Gellner, we have, he believes that nation is a creation as a construction, which is an offshoot of industrialization. So due to industrialization, it requires certain sort of homogeneity in the consciousness of people. Hence, this is an offshoot of that. These are all countered by somebody like Partha Chatterjee, coming from third world country, India, and coming from this post-colonial reality, who talks about how nation is a formation mainly out of different voices that came together in the anti-colonial protest. I would not be looking at any of that. I'm trying to look at Neera Yuval Davis, who looks at, in her book, Women and Gender and Nation, about how women become, probably unwillingly, unconsciously, as biological, cultural, and symbolic reproducers of nationalism. They become that symbolic reproducers in the sense of how we understand Indian nationalism as Bharat Mata, so which is essentially Hindu, who is clothed, who is culturally appropriated in a particular way. So that is how we symbolically reproduce. And obviously, all this time we need to understand that it is the body of a woman, the idealization of a woman that we are talking about. With regard to biological reproduction, we understand that reproduction is a very material basis, how a nation reproduces itself, prospers itself. So how demographically women's bodies are used by the state politics for population or other democratic needs of the nation. And then finally, with regard to cultural reproducers, women are seen as, as cultural transferers who are not just primary caretakers, they are also primary cultural givers to the children and also of the nation. So in entire rhetoric of this, we see how men take up the role of an active agent, whereas they are aggressive, they are valorized, they protect the nation. And women take up a very passive situation where their role is to support the men or embody the honor of the nation. Hence, by contrast, if the nation is violated, it means the women are violated. And if the women are violated, it also means the nation has been violated. Neera Yuval Davis, as I told you before, just to go over this little more, that symbolic reproducers of the nation, women, they embody the national honor, the tradition, the spirit of the nation. By biological reproducer, women become the reproducers of the future citizens, soldiers, workers, and by cultural reproducers of the nation, women become the primary transmitters of language, value system, and rituals. Now, in this entire rhetoric, what is problematic is how do we understand female body? And does it have any autonomy? Or this is just a tool in the hands of nationalism and the people, mostly men, who control such nationalism? Because we see that female body is usually used as a battleground. And Yuval Davis talks about border body, territorial body, and demographic body. The border body being the body which is used, we understand, as to draw, mark the boundaries between different communities, the body belonging to India and the body belonging to Pakistan, and if at all there would be such any relationship between the two. Territorial body where women's body becomes the space, the site for the conquest of a community, and demographic body which is used for proliferation of the nation. In this context, we need to remember partition as well, and partition between India and Pakistan. And we see that historicizing such partition would take us to those times where women were seen as sites of communal honor. Stories of abduction, recovery, forcing women to return, or any of these stories were not about women at all. They were not about their individual experiences. They were not about their stories or voices. They were seen as community stories. So it was two communities fighting over for the body of the women, never ever asking the woman as to what she felt about it, what was her experience about it. So what I want to do is to chart out the story of autonomy, whether women have still remained silent throughout their trauma, or they have recovered. Do we see any autonomy, resistance in any present debate about women in this rhetoric of nationalism? If you look at cinema post-independence India, we obviously, as custom goes, we start with Mother India, and it's a cult movie, not because it took us to a certain little bit of recognition outside, but people always go back to this particular movie as the ultimate representation of Indian womanhood. The woman Radha, the name should not be ignored here, as the nationalistic mother who embodies the idea of sacrifice, moral rigidity, and who believes that her duty to the nation, her duty to the community is much more than her duty or her love, than her blood, than her desire. And with this, though it has been celebrated as celebrating women's agency and all, I will not go into that. But I believe that that is the starting point with which we have other such women-centric movies with the idea of nationalism or anti-nationalism. And such movies do we see where resistance is used as a trope in movies like Mirch Masala, Bandit Queen, where it is not about the ideal nationhood, nationality, where a woman is part of the system trying to go forward, but rather opening the problems within the nationhood. And what is the role of that woman in trying to fight that aggressive nationalism or that ruptured nationalism? Women nationalism and cinema is something that has fascinated me, and I hope that some of you also would be fascinated by it, because it talks not just about women who are rebellious, it talks about rebellion against the same territory which gives them a sense of identity. So when we look at Mahashweta Devi's Draupadi in Breast Stories, Draupadi's violated body, it indicts the state, it accuses the state, and it is not the police, it is not the men who have actually violated her. It would seem like it is the nation which has violated her. Hence, when she refuses to be clothed, she is her violated body is confronting the nation, that the nation has failed in protecting her. And she has become that ultimate figure of resistance who the nation is afraid of. So Draupadi, becomes that figure that of that ultimate resistance who is not ashamed, who cannot be shamed. Rather, she, because of her, because she has given up that idea of shame, she becomes extremely dangerous and somebody that nation should be afraid of. So this violated body confronting the nation is something that again we find in some of cinema like Lal Salam, again about Nationalism, Chakravyuh, Hajar Chaurasi Ki Maa, where it is a woman who is waging the war against the nation. And, not just a woman who is passive, who is the shadow of a man, who fights the everyday battle to make the nation better. The rise of nationalistic cinema for nationalistic purposes can have, I can see them as usually from two perspectives. One is male-centric, one is female-centric. And we need to understand the importance of cinema because I believe that social media, including cinema, has sort of replaced the whole idea of print capitalism, which used to keep nationalism together. So this male-centric nationalism that we talk about is seen in this mushrooming of patriotic movies, within quotes, where we have Border, Uri, LOC, and every time there is so-called a victory, there are directors ready to make cinema about it. Whereas female-centric rhetoric of nationalism is not only very few, but also either they do not have any authentic way of representing women in the nationalistic struggle, or they probably show such movies only in the sense of anti-nationalism. Meaning, if at all they want to make a cinema like Border, like Uri, with women as center, they just parrot what the male-centric narrative is. Same aggressiveness. And if at all they want to show women as agents in a nationalistic movie, it has to be about anti-nationalism, not a nationalistic cinema at all. That probably tells the kind of position that women take with regard to nationalism. In this context, I wanted to draw attention to the movie Kerala Story. I'm sure many of you would have watched it, where the Hindu women, they become the symbol of Bharat's symbolic daughter, and how they become innocent targets of love jihad. We'll talk about that little later. And they become victims of conversion. And this all are part of this whole nationalistic debate. I also want to talk about the famous Savano case, and now that it has become more famous for those who don't know about the case because of the movie recently released Huck on Netflix. Now, what is important in Savano case is that it was not the first case which was fought in the Supreme Court about a woman seen as a citizen or a woman seen as a Muslim woman, part of the community. But there have been more cases there. The Supreme Court has taken judgment always looking at women as citizen, secular citizen, rather than seeing them as just part of the community. Whereas this case received a lot of media coverage, and this case became the milestone for this entire Hindu nationalism debate, the rhetoric of minority appeasement and such things, that gender justice has been sacrificed for the sake of Muslim appeasement. So from there, the take that Supreme Court, how it protected the woman, and after that, how the government changed it into the Muslim Women Act 1986. This was seen as how women's status was, their secular status was sacrificed for the sake of, appeasement. So we need to see whether this can be seen as an appeasement, trying to please for the sake of, morality, for the sake of keeping the vote bank alive, or can this be seen as a stepping stone towards pluralism? Rather than dubbing everybody as everybody is a secular citizen of this country, we need to keep a cultural heterogeneity in our country. And this gives women a very, very difficult problem. The problem of choice between several identities which may overlap, and their community identity as a Muslim woman, or their choice of expecting gender justice as a Muslim woman, or do they have to convert probably to get some sort of gender justice? And this is also problematic, the situation, because this gives the Hindu nationalist men a very potent, fruitful opportunity to posture themselves as the savior of Muslim women, where the conversation rhetoric goes that Muslim women's status is extremely precarious, and it comes down to the Hindu men who have to rise up to the occasion and save those Muslim women. So how do we make sense of that? Yes. With this, we understand there is a rise of Hindutva and the implications, the rhetoric of Hindu Rashtra, which becomes substitute for India. And the whole, again, conversation about who is the outsider, who was the original inhabitant of such a Hindu Rashtra. Hence, we will see that certain kind of selective empowerment of women programs, they are also they are also framed in a very majoritarian framework. The example which I want everybody to think about, if not can discuss, that is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, which is very empowering, that all girl children should be educated with that there is a hijab ban in school. So how do we contextualize this? How do we understand this? Should we give more importance to women being educated and probably exercising a choice as to what to wear and what not to wear? Or should we have to begin with such a framework where women would be discouraged to be educated? And then this hijab ban in educational institution, you probably would be aware of the case that started in Karnataka. Is this an example of selective secularism, though it looks like secularism? Because body is something which cannot be really differentiated from religion. We carry religious symbols in all parts of our body. So a very selective way to see only certain things, certain clothing as religious and other such things as non-religious or secular, that is highly problematic. This again, with contrast with women, Muslim women being seen as people who need protection from Hindu women so that they can walk out of their house, get out of hijab. And also at the same breath, they're being seen as hyper fertile. We know this, that overpopulation has always been seen as a problem starting with Muslims. So that they, the idea of Hindu Rashtra, which eventually probably will collapse because of the presence of Muslim women. So Muslim women as double-edged sword, being seen as dangerous, also being seen that who need protection. I would stop. One second. The problem with this whole love jihad, which we know, is because it doesn't look at women's agency. Love jihad is basically women seen as infants, infantilizes women, that women are children. They cannot decide for themselves as to who to love. And it comes down to the community who will choose, who will decide what is good for women. And because of that rhetoric, it justifies such moral communal surveillance of women. So this has an impact, direct impact on women's agency, because the debate that it boils down to is honor versus individuality. Women's individuality is taken away for the sake of the community's honor. Meaning, in the nationalistic debate, women are not women. They are not individuals. They are just embodiment of the community's honor, the nation's honor. With this, we have different cinema of dissent, which changes the narrative, like Lipstick Under My Burqa, where female sexual desire and everyday rebellion is brought in. Then I understand that we need to try to bring in more pluralism rather than a very monolithic way of understanding nationalism. And with that, I believe that writers like Perumal Murugan, Meena Kandasamy, they do a lot, because they, instead of a Hindu-centric upper class narrative, they try to bring in the voices from the Dalit communities and narrate the nation from marginalized voices, where nation is not seen as a family, but rather nation is a space where there is hierarchy, where there is violence, and where there need to be more meaningful dialogue. To conclude, I want the students and others to think as to when we talk about nation, whose nation is it? And whose narrative is it who defines this nationhood? How does literature and cinema portray this idea of nationalism? And how do we differentiate between pluralism and propaganda? And eventually, how do we understand female autonomy in this entire nationalistic rhetoric? I usually don't use pictures. This was very personal to me. This picture, two pictures are one from the anti-hijab struggles in Iran, and one is from girl students in Karnataka exercising their right to wear hijab. So the meaning that you understand is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lahari Vera, for such a wonderful and engaging and thought-provoking presentation. It took us back to, a very important thing that we all need to articulate, how the category of woman is always subsumed within the category of nation sometime, within the category of, community sometime. Which reminded me of Kamla Bhasin and Ritu Menon's work like Borders and Boundaries, where they are, talked about the partition period, and before that, the anti-colonial struggle period, where, what happened within the domestic was never taken into account. The subjective experiences of women were never taken into account while, narrativizing the idea of the nation in nationalist discourses, which are almost always the patriarchal discourses, right? Because we never come up with any kind of writings where we see women dictating anything to men to do, talk in a particular way, or, stay in a particular way, live in a particular way. But most importantly, and then you talked about also Draupadi's story, where, how her violated body can be seen as a complete challenge to the authoritarian patriarchal state, where she articulates like, you can rape me, but are you a man so you can clothe me again? So that was the final sentence, if I remember it clearly. So so that you talked about that, and most importantly, you talked about the identity of Muslim women who remain as who are perceived as sort of doubly dangerous, double sword category of people, dangerous sometime and to be protected some other time. Thank you very much. If we have any questions, we will take like maybe one or two, and then we will disperse for lunch, because we have another plenary session waiting. Like we'll start it at 2:30. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have Anjum at the back. She's our A1 student, so master student. Yes, Anjum. Somebody please moderate the session. Give her the mic. Both the speakers, enabled us in a way to rethink, re-envision Muslim identity. One in the sense of Indo-Caribbean diasporic Muslim identity. Another is also Muslim women's identity in India in the larger, context of diaspora and nation and nationalism and identity. So please do ask your question, my dear.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present over here, respected dignitaries and all the students. I am Meher Anjum, and I'm a master's student here. And after listening you both, it is it hit me very personally. And first of all, my question goes like to Ms. Sazia Khan, madam, that you have a very, in a very precise manner, you have mentioned all those uncovered things to be to be seen in front of all, right? So according to you, which kind of steps we need to take to this kind of like to suppress the voice, or to just erase those videos from YouTube? So which are the steps we need to follow, or which are the things by which we can being aware of this kind of things actually happening after your paper? we need we will have that idea that this kind of things happened, okay, by your research. Then how can the common people actually like have the awareness that this kind of things actually happening by media and altogether by social and conspiracy? So
thank you so much for your question. And yeah, it is actually very enlightening to know that these kind of things are actually taking place. And for me also personally, I didn't know about it. And I came across this erasure only while I was collecting my data during my pilot study. Right. So your question is, how can we basically, can you just like
should I repeat it?
Yeah, please.
My question is that how like these kind of very like things which you have researched by maybe it will took maybe you for 2 weeks or 10 days or more than that, right? So how can these kind of scenarios which actually mean to suppress the voice in YouTube, in media, in films, in everything, how can these kind of things go in front of the common people, right? Is it we need to go and research about everything, or maybe we are lacking in something?
I think the best answer is what we are doing over here is one way or the other to bring it in front of people, to bring it in front of the mass, in front of the world. So the exchange, the knowledge exchange and the exchange of ideas, I think that is very important. We cannot stop it, but we can for sure address it. And maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day, I think this suppression and this erasure will subside, or maybe we all will be more woke and more vocal about this kind of erasure, and maybe the algorithms will change, maybe the narratives will change, maybe the understanding of jihad will also change. So I think what we're doing over here, the knowledge exchange and talking about it is very important. So I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My next question is to Miss Dr. Lahiri, madam. As you like precise in a very good manner the concept of hijab, not the concept of hijab, but the struggles actually like we as I'm a hijabi girl facing in society, but apart from it, I am very fortunate to being a student in this university, because I have never ever faced this kind of controversy that why you are wearing hijab in this university. It is not your dress code. How can you wear this? I have never experienced this kind. So I'm really lucky to being a student here. But the main problem is that after crossing the boundary of this university, I have to face many questions regarding my hijab. Maybe in a positive manner, maybe they are curious about me, then what is the concept of hijab? But in the meanwhile, when I just gave them the reason, gave them the thing why I actually wear hijab, they make their face in a very mockery way, and then okay Anjum, okay fine, we got it. So these kind of things, which how can I like face them? If you have any suggestion over it, please, ma'am.
Well, I don't think I can talk about an experience that is not mine. I think you would be a better person to see yourself from others' gaze and also maybe to theorize on it. What I believe is, of late, hijab has become a symbol of backwardness, a symbol that somebody has not been able to overcome that oppression. Whereas many such other symbols, which are not even seen as oppression, any other carriers of identity. So I think from that perspective, women who choose to dress in a particular way, whether wearing or not wearing hijab, depending on which cultural, which territorial space you are occupying. So from that angle, if you address the people who are asking that at different places it has different meaning, and similar identity carrying does happen in all communities. So why not problematize that? Why this selective attention to only one thing? I think that should do.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, dearest Anjum. And do we have any more? We will just take one more maybe, because after that we'll disperse for, during lunch we can have as many, question answered by the two speakers as you have. All right, I'm going to give you all liberty. Khana mat khana, question पूछते रहना. But now I'm going to just take one more question and we'll disperse for lunch. Yes, Sanjeev sir has a question. Yes.
I have two questions for both the speakers. So I think the chair will permit me to ask.
Yes, absolutely.
The first question to Sajia Khan. So do you think that these digitally mediated environments meaningfully expand, let's say, inclusive identity, and that also beyond traditional social boundaries, our identity beyond our traditional boundaries? And most importantly, my second part of the question, I want to focus you on that. What role do secular music and national cultural expression play in consolidating a global sense of belonging? What I mean by this, secular music is accepted. We listen more to Ghulam Ali, Rahat Fateh Ali Khan, who are beyond the borders and from any border also. Whereas the kind of example that you cited is registered in other part of the world also, where it is not expected to be registered. So what is your take on this?
So the first question is, could you please repeat your first question, please?
This expansion of identity in a digital platform.
Yes. Is it secular or is it?
Yes. Which identity is more acceptable?
Which identity is more acceptable?
Yes.
So I think digital platforms, and I think I have echoed it again and again in my presentation today, that digital platforms are, and in this case particularly, they are basically erasing it, and they are also the spaces where you preserve them, right? So it is very difficult for human beings to gather in today's time and perform certain rituals, whereas it is very easy to upload them online and access it from any part of the world. So for sure, digital platforms are more inclusive. And coming to the second part is what?
Secular music, like
secular music, yes. So ghazals, basically, and I also mentioned it during my presentation, that ghazals, they hold origin from Mughal and Persian traditions. So ghazals are basically religious music as well, right? But what we have in Bollywood, and let's call it the Bollywoodization of Islamic music, we call that secular. And the acceptance of what you're saying is that the acceptance rate of secular music is more compared to religious music. But I feel that towards a certain community, towards certain race, towards certain religion, this rejection, this erasure is more prevalent. For example, if a naat, which does not include any instrument, so what Indo-Caribbeans are doing is they are reciting verses from Quran. And since Quran is written in a language which is not, which is not understood by majority of people, except for those for whom the language is their native. So it either appears very alien, or because we don't understand it, or the other term is dangerous. For example, if you hear someone say Allahu Akbar, right, the next instinct would be to run away, right? But if I say Jai Shri Ram, then I think the entire room would chant the same thing. So this is the difference. So calling something secular and non-secular is what we understand it as. So I think, we need to expand the definition of what we understand as secularism. Are we actually practicing secularism, or are we just making it convenient for ourselves to understand one certain or particular selective understanding of secularism. Secularism, if we totally believe in it, then we would not be discriminatory, or we would not be dismissive about any religion or any practices. Rather than alienating it, we should be more inclusive. So I hope I have answered my question.
Thank you, madam. Secularism is subjective. Very good. Thank you. So my question to Lahari madam is that, so what remedies this no contemporary media or no contemporary literature no suggests to the no non inclusivity of women in the mainstream no national identity? If they have any remedies for no women no condition.
I believe women should be left to themselves like men to decide their clothing, their decisions, who they want to love, how they want to dress, where they want to migrate, like all questions. And we should try to detach ourselves from symbolizing women. Women have been symbolized too long. Their body, their decisions have been taken for symbolic of this or that, which affects honor, community's honor, nation's honor. I think we need to start doing that little less. And probably eventually we will live in a world where women are free, just like men, to take decisions and not to have any repercussions because of those decisions, because it is about just their decision, whether it was good or bad, and not the good for nation or community.
What will be the new symbols like? What will be the
Symbols, as I told you, for example, we have something like caste purity. So caste purity is actually seen in only in women's decision for intercaste marriage. Caste purity is not observed when it comes to men and their decision to marry. We know about that caste demography, low caste to higher caste or higher caste to low caste. Similarly, interreligious marriages. That's why I gave you the example of love jihad. That love jihad may not be jihad. It may be about love, or it may be about misunderstanding where there is no love, which is probably present in any love stories. But construing them, because it's a Hindu woman, she must be naive, she must have been duped, and then she has been, because there is a conversion involved and such other things. So I think to begin with, Hinduism probably is not so much intolerant. So trying to redefine Hinduism, trying to make it completely about anti-conversion and all that, I think that is extremely detrimental for women's individuality. And sooner women understand and take a stand there, probably better for the country and women themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you to both the speakers. I think such national seminar are either, the internal brass concept of diasporic space, the internal space, diasporic space, or Foucauldian heterotopia, where we actually today managed to sort of dismantle, problematize, rethought, all kinds of questions related to identities. Thank you, everyone. We now proceed towards felicitating our speakers. We invite our chief guest, our convener, our guest of honor to join us in felicitating our first speaker, Dr. Sadia Khan, with a certificate of appreciation. Please come up the dais. For such a wonderful deliberation. I would have, listened to her for another 2 hours, maybe. Yes. Yes. And Dr. Lahari Behra also. I am going to join both my friends over here.
I would also like to request our dignitaries to felicitate the chair of the session, Dr. Jhanna Rani Dangnamachi. I would like to request the dignitaries to felicitate our chief guest of the day, Professor Ajay Kumar Sahu, sir. May I request our dignitaries to felicitate the chair of the session, Dr. Jharna Rani Dangda Maji.